But yeah, Emmy seemed a bit more bubbly than Rye.
Bubbly.
Yeah, she's a more personable individual. Like Rye's a great guy, but he's. I mean, there's no but. He's a great guy. She just seems more like engaging.
David,
Wow.
did we decide which player we're gonna?
Who's in the running for you guys' campaign?
I
Hmm?
don't think we have yet. Okay, so I'm going to make the switch over to have the visual display up, and so I just need to know if I need to resize any
Yeah,
of
yeah,
the...
I'll tell you. I'm on the Twitch now. I like the skull background.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have top left, we have David, and we have now 3 different screens with all of us on top right and bottom 2.
So wait a sec.
It's like a
Is it
matrix.
Are there
not?
any camp?
Is it not taking the specific section I told it to? It's just resized
No.
them rather than... Okay, I'll have to...
Are there any campaigns with openings still?
Hours.
Which one's that?
Tuesday.
Oh, during the day. That would be the only thing getting in my way. Because that's while I have work.
Who needs to work?
I don't know if you want to give me a live. Should I give you a live commentary, David? But on the right-hand side, you're resizing a screen.
Okay,
What's
now
that?
does that have Nor in the
I'm just
picture
giving
now?
David some commentary of what I'm seeing on this on the Twitch.
Does that now have Nor
It
roughly
does.
in?
It has Noor on the right-hand side.
Okay, I just need
Top
to do
right.
that once more.
Oh, okay, I see. Oh, oh, it's me.
Okay, now I should be able to theoretically move those on the screen to a more pleasing position without it changing anything. I'll just double check and see if that works.
This is fine.
Graphic design is my passion. I'm terrible.
Take your time. We'll just hang out and chat. See what
Just need
chat's
to
doing.
check as well. Is anybody in the chat confirmed? Have I got the audio set up right? Are we coming through? Can people hear us?
Yes, is the answer. Yes, we can hear you, Dio says. Cat, what's up? What's the scandal? What's happening, my dudes and dudettes?
Resize that to about there because that shouldn't matter. Then I can actually read my notes. Okay, thank you for sticking with us during these protracted technical difficulties as I try to make my incredibly crap computer actually do what I needed to. Hello and welcome to the 3rd episode of Nights After Dark. I have 3 special guests with me today. So if everybody would like to introduce themselves, let's start with Noor.
Hi, I'm Noor. I'm playing Luna in the Tuesday campaign.
And Stephen.
Hey, hi everyone. You know me. I'm Stephen. I get about in the Discord. I play in the Saturday campaign. I also kind of an NPC in the Monday night campaign. I'm kind of like I see myself to David's Cardi B, and I'm his Nicki Minaj. That kind of like atmosphere and competitiveness.
And Chris.
Hi, I'm Chris. I play Grass Hosker in the Tuesday evening campaign, as well as Joffrey West in the Saturday game. And I'm currently also, with permission from Mark, running a game set in Oregon itself on Monday nights.
Okay, so I know that me and Dio are like the two die-hard nutballs who try to keep up with absolutely every game, despite the fact that there are 6 of them a week. And we both play in Rick's game on Sundays as well, so we have that time commitment. So if we go through it again in order, Nor, Stephen, and Chris, just sort of give a rundown of which games you feel that you have like the most knowledge of.
I'm gonna say Tuesday. For now.
Yeah, for me, I'm obviously the Saturday campaign, but I'm also pretty heavily invested in the Monday night campaign as I'm an NPC there, and I'm digging like the dance at the moment. So I think there's like 3 campaigns I'm pretty into. The Tuesday campaign, the hot mess that you all guys are. I try to follow up, but I can't catch every episode.
I'm probably the most invested in well, I mean, I was Sentry up until recently in the Wednesday game, so I feel like I probably have the tightest grasp of what's going on in there. But I've been keeping up with the Saturday and Tuesday night campaigns. Yeah, not too much. I don't know too much about Monday because I like to sleep after my game.
Okay, and so because I do know that we have had quite a few new people on the Discord recently, there's been a lot of new people brought in at the prospect of getting to join one of the games, or just finding us on Twitch and coming to hang out on the Discord and have fights about whether pineapple belongs on pizza or not, as well as various D&D things. So
we all know it doesn't, right? We're agreed. Pineapple doesn't belong on pizza.
Let's not get into the pineapple on pizza debate. I need to sleep.
Steven,
tonight.
I'm about to put pineapple on my macaroni and cheese just to say fuck you.
I love you too, Ak, but you're wrong. You're very wrong.
I love you too, bro.
But generally, the purpose of these streams, the Nights After Dark, is just to give a rundown of the events that have happened in each game. We've been doing it roughly every 2 weeks. We'd like to get to the point where we can do it once a week, just because theoretically that will be quicker. But if you haven't already checked them out, episodes 1 and 2 gave like a full coverage of each of the campaigns from inception up to the point of about 2 weeks ago. And we're going to be covering the events of the past 2 weeks worth of games tonight, starting with the game that takes place on Monday evenings, and that's A Company of Fools. So to give a quick sort of summation of the state.
So let me get this straight, David. You're going to tell us what happened on Monday night, and we're going to give you our hot takes on the action.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay,
and I will be looking to you in particular on Monday nights, because essentially the situation as it stands is that the party, some of them playing their primary character and some of them playing one of the junior officers serving under them as a kind of secondary character, while their primary character is entangled in the nightmarish politics of the city of Grosvenor, have essentially gone down into the city's archives looking for a document, because Lord Weston has arrested Trix on the most bullshit of reasoning and is holding him in the brig unless the party cooperate and go and find him this nice fancy document that he wants. And while they are down there, they have found a number of undead, and specifically the cliffhanger that they ended on last time was Agranak sort of barged down a door and fell face first into a gelatinous cube.
Saucy. Very, very saucy. Also, hashtag Weston did nothing wrong. They were on a ship, but I'll let you continue with your summary first, and then I'll provide the hot takes as necessary.
It's genuinely in that situation of like, if you do everything wrong, does it circle back round to you did nothing wrong?
Yeah, exactly. That's a second nice circular way of thinking. But let's think about this objectively. I mean, I love you, Monday Night guys, but you didn't do research about what happens when you go on a guy's ship, and you fell into a trap. You understood the trap. I gotta say that Creature, or the player John, did really, really well. And actually, I thought the whole party did really well in handling the stuff. One, for not getting too much out of line, but also the role playing I thought was excellent.
Yeah, I think
But there's some consequences now.
it's genuinely a really recurring character dynamic where Preacher like gives everybody the rundown on like, okay guys, here's how things work around here, here's what we need to do, and then Gaz is just like, I'm not gonna listen to any of that. I'm just gonna do my own thing.
But he's gotten better.
Sounds like they really killed the mayor on that one.
Yeah. Well, you're right. But Gaz has gotten better at kind of understanding what Grover is all about.
You
know, and I think
this is the distinction. In Grover, you don't kill the mayor, but you go to jail for it anyway because somebody sets you up for it.
Yeah. Agreed. 100%. And I think, like, so a little bit of background for our viewers. The Monday night game isn't just the Monday night game. Behind it all, we have 7 different players playing a diplomacy game who act as NPCs and act as head of the houses. I happen to play Lord Weston, one of the houses in the diplomacy game, and other people play the different houses. And there's this game within a game. So what happens in the diplomacy game has an effect on what's happened in the main game, and what happens in the main game has an effect on what happens in the diplomacy game. It's all weird and wonderful and meta, and it's fantastic.
So I think a really telling example of that is, say, if Lord Weston decided that he was going to send a platoon worth of Marines to occupy the council district on the grounds of trying to preserve democracy within Grover, that would then entail that Commander Gaz would have to send a reinforcement down into the archives with a message, and that is the character of Ledger, who again is one of the junior officers who showed up, delivered that message, and Preacher basically read it, let out an F-bomb, passed it to Sparks, and was like, we need to get this done quickly.
Yeah. And look, it's Grover. There are games within games, and there are plots within plots, and that's the city, and that's how you have to deal with it, right? Without giving two things away, like not everything is as it seems, and not everybody they have in contact with will have honest intentions. We'll by the end, the next couple of months, we'll find out who's who in Grover.
And so specifically, the party had the fight with the gelatinous cubes that also had a number of skeletons that were essentially victims of the gelatinous cube that then became undead and fought alongside them. Sparks, towards the end of that fight, was engulfed by the cube, and Agranak sort of like slashed her out of it and then like sort of reached down to give her a hand up. And I just thought this was a really neat moment for their dynamic, because last time there was the revelation that while she was possessed by a ghost, the ghost sort of removed Spark's hat of disguise and revealed that she's actually a blue dragonborn to both Agranak and Preacher, who had not known that before. And Silver sort of tried to cover for her by pretending it was a disguised self spell that, Sparks had thrown up quickly as an illusion. And Agranak seemed to semi-believe that, wasn't entirely sure. But for those who don't remember, Agranak was originally a cultist of Thundermoor, the ancient blue dragon that the party encountered out in the Halrian Desert. So the fact that Sparks is herself a blue dragonborn means he's a little bit like, oh, okay, you're kind of like the goddess I used to worship. That's neat. But specifically, Sparks, because she's been concealing her dragonborn heritage under a illusion, essentially, for most of her life, is very averse to being touched unexpectedly. But when Agranak sort of offered the hand down to help her up, she was just like, no, I need the hand up right now. This sucks. And took it.
I just want to read a couple of comments from chat. Hashtag kill Weston now from Dio. Hashtags thanks Stephen, I love you too, but Weston die now. A lot more along those lines. Dio is saying it's amazing. The game is awesome. The game is awesome. I have to say, and I have to say this reveal of Sparks being the Dragonborn might have far-reaching repercussions. How do you think the people of Grover, if they find out, are going to react?
If they find out, Sparks is very good about keeping it secret.
Sure. Absolutely. But Grover is a city of spies.
That is certainly a point.
Treacherous place.
One of the things I will say to people in chat, I've started to come to the belief that every time you mention like how evil, how like vicious one of Stephen's characters are, his next character just gets that much more powerful.
He even showed me his backup character, and that is well.
The party then had an encounter with some Nothics. Were able to dispatch them fairly decently. Sparks came up with a plan that I'm not going to go into further detail of because Stephen doesn't need to know about it because it would upset the diplomacy game. But if you want to see that, definitely check out not this Monday's episode, but the previous Monday's episode. Yeah, because Sparks came up with a rather ingenious plan. The party then took a short rest to try to sort of recoup and recover some of their expent energies before venturing further. And despite at this point having 3 rogues in the party, came up against that fiercest of all enemies in a D&D campaign, a door that you can't pick the lock off, no matter how hard you try. So Agranak had to step in and introduce the idea of sometimes a boot works a lot better than a lockpick, which had the unfortunate consequence of arousing 3 wraiths in the area, and the fight would have gone significantly worse if not for Preacher having turned the undead and managing to knock 2 of them running long enough that the party could gain the upper hand.
Quick question, clarification. When you say they aroused 3 wraiths, were the wraiths romantically involved, or the other kind of like...
Dio was in this party, so shipping was probably involved.
Okay, good. I didn't know arousing a wraith was a thing. Is that like a cantrip, arouse wraith?
I don't know that in previous editions there have been like expansion books of like sex magic. Like there have been people who there have been people who have legitimately written that source books of like if you want to be a sex mage, that was something you could be in 3.5. So
oh god.
If you could conceive of it in a fever dream, you could be it in 3.5.
Oh, the history of D&D is amazing.
There's literally a class. It was a paladin prestige class called a Grey Guard, And basically what they were was just completely morally flexible paladins. Like, so you used to have to be lawful good to be a paladin in 3.5 even. Thank you. Yep. But when you picked up the Grey Guard subclass, you could even use your Leon to like directly deal damage to people and use it to apply like the nausea, like sickening and nausea debuffs on people. It was purely for the roleplay purposes because it would give you penalties to like sense motive and intimidate and things like that. So I mean, it got crazy. There were so many source books. I have a folder that's like 15 gigs that is literally just fucking source material for 3.5.
I gotta say, the one thing I'm missing, and chat, I recommend you to go out and do this work. We don't have any fanfic yet. We need to have some Oridon fanfic.
We have like Drabbles. We have the Archie and Susan fanfic that's been written, but again, it's short form stuff. We don't have like a lengthy epic yet.
No, we need to have novellas. We need to have fanfic novellas of our Oridon.
Yo, that's why Saturday Game exists. All right,
Yeah,
it's so that we can get that. It's so that we can motivate people to get that steamy fanfic going. Dio, get on this. That's why I spent
Okay, but
$30 fucking dollars in bits.
the first
I spent $30 in bits to get you access to the RP channel and nothing to show for it.
The first long form Oridon fanfic cannot be between the pairing of Snaps and Joffrey's sword.
You're missing out.
We're going off topic. Let's go back to the Monday campaign before we get derailed and David
Yeah.
loses it.
So having previously taken a short rest to try to recover their energies and then walked into an ambush by 3 wraiths, the party had a second debate of, is it even worth being down here? Should we like leave, take a long rest, come back a second time, like, you know, try to clear this out in progress? And essentially made the decision of like, I don't want to have to come down here a second time. Let's fucking get this shit done. We have the ticking clock of Trix back on the buxom blonde who, like, if we leave him too long, is going to sink that ship and then we have to deal with it. So they pushed on, found a passageway that was incredibly overgrown with cobwebs. And it's worth mentioning at this point that in their previous session, the party had encountered a ghost down in the catacombs who had given them some information about some of the things that were down there and had mentioned that there was a large living creature with its many children. And decided to heedlessly press on, and so this was the second of this fortnight's episodes, and normally my notes are quite extensive, and my notes for this session were just all of the spiders.
I mean, let's be honest. The party was really evil. There was a mother looking after its little brood, and they decided to mercilessly kill these spiders whose home they invaded. I think it was a pure treacherous act, and they should repent. They should really think about the consequences of their actions. Would you want somebody to go into your home and kill your family and brood? No.
See, here's the problem: is that they don't have Star anymore. If Star was still the commander, she would have been down there and she would have just like spoken to the spiders and been like, "No, dude, it's chill. We're just here for some paper, and then we'll leave you alone."
Exactly. But no, they had to kill innocent spiders minding their own business. God forbid if there was a druid in there seeing this kind of evil act.
Innocent spiders that were attempting to eat them, but the
But
point
hey,
stands.
if you walked into my house, I might want to eat you if you were like tasty enough. Just saying.
Note to self: do not go to Steven's house.
Exactly, my dude.
I am well marbled. That would not go well.
Okay. So, generally speaking, because there were 3 rogues in the party, the fight went roughly like this. Agranak up front, taking all the aggro like a good barbarian. Preacher defending him with his Unity Bond as much as possible, while 3 rogues fucked around in the corners, firing off crossbow bolts and spells and getting stuck in spider webs. So it's probably not surprising that the fight ended with Agranak essentially in the Frodo position after Shelob injected him with all the poison. He's like, yeah, in that.
Sorry. Can you clarify what is the Shelob position, David? Is this something that you all should know about? Is
No,
this a special?
This is something that occurred to me while I was watching Lord of the Rings years ago with my brother, and that's that Frodo gets stabbed by Shelob, but he's still wearing the mithril at the time because it's a point of the fact that the orcs take it off him when they take him up to the tower. And so my brother was going, "How did the stinger hit him when he was wearing the mithril?" And my immediate response was, "Oh, he got stabbed in the junk."
Oh. Okay.
Not saying that
No, hold
Agranak
on.
got stabbed in the junk, but we're not saying it didn't
hold on.
happen.
If you remember, though, the mithril, when Gimli was wearing it, went all the way down to his knees, and Gimli was the same size as.
No, but that's because
that was
Gimli
chainmail.
was wearing human chainmail, so it was too
Yeah.
big
Yeah,
for
it wasn't.
him.
It wasn't the mithril.
Frodo got from
Was
Bilbo,
hobbit-sized.
and it was hobbit-sized for him.
How do you know that Bilbo wasn't wearing a mithril pocket sock? Keep his protected.
Because it's metal, and that's ridiculous, Stephen.
It would protect you, though, wouldn't it? I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
No.
If you're going to get
No, it
stabbed in the junk by a giant spider, a mithril pocket sock would protect you from the junk stabbing.
Frodo didn't need a mithril cup because he had Samwise. Sam was protecting his virtue the entire way to Mordor.
Can I just say that
Sam's frying pan scored more kills than Frodo did the whole trilogy.
But how many times did Frodo fall down?
We're not going to have this conversation, right?
Yeah. All I'm saying is,
You guys are
in Oregon,
you guys are butchering it.
What? We're butchering it?
The whole trilogy.
Well, that's what we do. That's what we do, Nur.
The whole
we come
trilogy,
into chat.
we're mostly butchering the Sam and Frodo parts. We haven't even talked about Merry and Pippin.
Well, it's first of all, we're also only going after the Peter Jackson films.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think if there's anything to come out of this, we all agree that Oregon should have its own adamantine cup shop. Catering for people who want to have protection.
That would
when
pull your
fighting giant
pants
spiders.
down.
Why would it pull your pants down?
Okay.
Because adamantium is fucking heavy as shit, dude.
Okay, but who wants to bet that Maximilian visits the Emberglow Apothecary and requests that now? Now that you've brought up the idea that it's a thing that could exist.
We need it. We need it in our lives.
Okay, so moving on to the Tuesday campaign, A Dark and Hungry God Arises.
Okay.
Okay, so where were we last time?
Before you start, David, I think Cicada said he wants to come on if you want him on.
Again, it's just the setup is so touch and go at the moment.
Next
if you
time,
want to
Kim.
volunteer, again, I'll try to put a list together ahead of time so people can volunteer for having a guest spot, and we can then arrange a time that suits everybody, because I know most of the streams we've been having have been at 7 Eastern time, but that doesn't necessarily work for anyone who's based here in Europe, so we might have some earlier streams some of the time to try to fit in around the schedule of the guests that we're going to have on.
It's good.
But so Tuesday campaign. generally in the process of trying to acquire the ingredients we need for the ritual so that Trust can banish Warriga back to the pit, followed a lead from an astral projection that Visir had that led us to the monastery where he grew up. Party fought together to fight off some demons that were attacking the monastery when they arrived. And in the process, Master Crow, who was the master of the Way of the Shadow, had been killed defending some of the students, and sort of ended with Visir sort of finding his body and that he'd been decapitated. So, like, resurrection was incredibly unlikely.
Was this with Visir Nips out or covered Visir Nips?
General rule of thumb: Visir's nips are out. Like we had to pay him to get them covered even temporarily, and like the middle ground we managed to find was him to basically wear an Aladdin style open vest.
Does he have a little Aladdin hat, like a little, what do you call it, like the Turkish
Fez.
Fez?
Not yet.
You need to get Visir a Fez. That's on the list.
To be fair,
He said Aladdin, not Abu.
This is more the very sort of spiky anime style hair, and he has like the headband, the sort of martial arts headband to like tie it back. So I don't know if he'd actually be able to get like a fez that would fit over his very expressively spiky hair.
You just get Mark to make like a +1 Fez, so it has some sort of like mechanical benefit. Guaranteed he'll use it. Like the +1 Fez of arrow deflection.
Of holding. A Fez of holding.
You know, this is the thing. I've been trying to look through like the TV tropes because Stu's been working on that. Is creating a World of Oridin TV tropes page. If you're out there in the audience, maybe take a look at it and just see. We're looking for people to contribute if you have any knowledge of the streams. And so I've been looking through some of that. And one of the things I noticed is that Visir has had the monk ability to like catch arrows out of the air since like level 3, and it's had almost no reason to use it. We just haven't fought a lot of people who fight with ranged weapons.
That's true.
Next episode, 200 archers.
Thanks,
It's like
Steven.
one of those, yeah.
Well, no, I'm using like Thai as the standard here. In the in one of the early episodes, they basically went and fought a hobgoblin camp, and there were all these archers, and Thai just kept being like, "Nope, nope," just snatching them out of the air.
Yeah, but the question that's all in our minds, and I asked this to Noor beforehand. Noor, where's
Wait.
Luna?
Well, you'll get to know this Tuesday. That's all I can say.
Okay. I don't want to put like ideas in like Noor's head, but chat, tell me if it's a good idea. I've been trying to tell Noor
No,
that
it's oh yeah.
I've been
Go
trying to I've been trying to convince Noor that Luna's trying to like raise Michael as a saint, and he'd be the patron saint of lovers and hopeless causes. So all the all those lovers praying that they could be with people would pray to Saint Michael. What do you think, Noor? Good chance?
I think that would not bode well.
Great chant.
Great chance. Good.
Dio doesn't agree.
Okay, I will note.
Well,
that,
wait. What would have elevated him to sainthood?
Because he was killed unjustly.
that
he was a
died as
martyr.
How was he?
martyr.
Yeah,
He was absolutely not killed unjustly.
he was. He had an. I don't want to get into the Michael argument, but he was controlled by an aboleth, and he was killed for actions beyond his control. Saint Michael.
That's true.
I could genuinely see, like, if the Church of Robin have, like, sainthood as part of their practice, that they might genuinely go, like, yeah, that guy was crazy, so yeah, why not? Let's make him a saint. On the subject of where Luna is, Angus has a particular suspicion about where she might be, but we will get to that a little bit later on. The first episode sort of opened with the sort of funeral for Master Crow, and how the party was sort of reacting to Visir in his time of grief. That Angus in particular was a little bit wary of being around people in mourning because it brought up bad memories of his childhood, because he basically grew up in like a combined church and funeral home where his mother was responsible for like all the funeral arrangements and burying anybody who died in the village. So like at least every couple of months or so, there would just be like a congregation of people at like the worst time of their life concentrated in his house, and Angus being told like, you have to be quiet, you have to be calm, you have to be like solemn, and him being not
None of those.
things.
None of those.
But Sharp-Eyed came and sort of checked on him, and in the way that he's getting better with Common, getting better at like expressing what he means, making himself known, what he's trying to articulate, sort of made it clear we need to be there for Visir because this is like a hard time for him. So Angus resorted to the tried and true method of mourning for anybody of Irish descent. Let's get drunk.
Quick question: What with the Serrani rage? What's the whole Serrani, the mental bush going a little bit wacky?
Yeah, this
He has been.
this is lingering from what Michael did, pretty much. Serrani like just couldn't entirely comprehend why
Thanks,
Michael would
Michael.
have done that. And
Okay.
is very much of like a mindset from the culture that he came from with the Myconids of you belong to a circle and the circle protects their own. And because we'd made the decision to like bring the people of Anchor to Twiland Hill, in his mind they were part of the circle and he failed them. And so he sort of like made this vow of like, I will not let that happen again. And he's been getting a bit more extreme. He sort of tortured a hobgoblin that we found on the road and told it to like send a message back to its leaders, like not to fuck with us. And Angus had to be like, boom, that guy's dead now because we're not sending a warning to people with like 4 guys. We're not fighting an army. But during the fight with the demon, Serrani sort of entered a barbarian rage for the first time and was like just fully entrenched in it, like reached out, took a weapon off the wall, one of these like ceremonial clubs, and was just wailing on a demon until it turned into Icor, and then was just splashing the puddle of Icor around. And Sensei Morrison had to come over and be like, okay, buddy, I think you got him. You can stop now.
Did he take a level of barbarian?
Yep, for level 9, he took a level in Barbarian.
Wow. Interesting.
He was fully committed to the character, even if it means the build is a bit...
Raging plant. Raging plant.
But specifically, Serrani did, in the aftermath of the funeral, go and speak to Sensei Morrison and basically sort of ask him, like, the rage I have inside me gives me power, gives me the strength I need to, like, fight my foes. But can your, monks teach me to harness it better? And Sensei Morrison used an analogy of a forest fire and was basically like, you can't punch a forest fire to death. And your rage is like that forest fire. Like, you need to learn to fight it, to control it, to temper it. So, like, if the ember lands in the forest and starts to burn it, you can snuff it out and not let it grow. And so basically he said that he would have a word with the master of the Way of Tranquility while the party would be staying at the monastery for like the next few days while like Visir dealt with his grief.
Is that the next multi-class option? He's going to take like a level in monk.
He is genuinely considering it.
The monk barbarian druid ranger.
Shamblet.
Yep, it is that once you've multi-classed, you've
Can't go
like
back.
given up the notion that you're ever going to hit 20th level in a class. So then you
Yeah.
just start looking at like, what do I gain by taking first level in something else? So like you can take four different classes if you've got the stat spread for it. There's nothing to stop you.
Choose all the classes.
I have
That you could.
genuinely seen people make a build for that, and
Yeah.
it is a terrible idea.
Absurd.
It does not work.
Honestly,
Specifically, just wanted to mention as well that during this sort of mourning process, when everyone was sort of gathering around Visir and trying to help him like process and understand the idea that like bad things happen to good people, and that's just part of the world sometimes, and like it doesn't mean it's not worth fighting evil. It doesn't mean that like Master Crow's death was pointless, because like he did keep people safe, he protected them, but like we have to go fight demons because otherwise they're gonna like kill everyone. And Mirth had been gathering like just bits of detritus and debris from way back, from like session 3 onwards, just marking like particular moments of when the party like really came together, and specifically moments that marked like the progress of Mirth and Visir's journey. So like it was like a scale from the crocodile that we killed in the swamp. That was the first time Visir like saved Mirth in a fight.
Let's be honest. Mirth is basically one of those hoarders on TV, right? You're gonna go to his house, and there's gonna be like knickknacks of everything, and like you're not gonna be able to see the floor.
His house, his horn. He carries it around on his damn head.
Yeah. He's just basically like a junk shop with like those postcards that everybody doesn't buy. Mirth, you're that. Love you, Kim.
which eventually allows him to do honestly amazing stuff, like the things that Mirth has done in the last 2 episodes. I've told him that I have no idea how I should react to all of this. Like, he's been scheming or preparing for this at least from the first episode. So 6 months later, here we are, and he's doing this. Specifically, I'm talking about the things he did for the blacksmith's family, which is amazing. So yeah.
Yeah, but
Aw.
specifically, Mirth had taken several of these charms and trinkets that he'd accumulated and crafted them into a necklace, specifically making use of the copper wire that he had defrauded the blacksmith back in Anko into buying for him, and caused like the first big fight over like a moral issue that Visir and Mirth ever had. But crafted it into this really beautiful charm necklace and rolled like above 23 separate times. So Mark made the decision of like, okay, it's actually magical. No idea how you did it, but that shit's magic.
I don't really want to go to throwback episodes, but I gotta say, one of my favorite episodes of the Tuesday night campaign were when Mirth and Angus were trying to rob the house. And it was like the most cockamamie kind of like robbery in the world. Like the most incompetent robbers that you could ever see.
No, but
Sorry.
it's a brilliant example as well of like the Gordian knot, where like Mirth had been planning that heist for like the past several sessions, and then like at the last moment thought to ask like, hey Angus, you want to come with? And so Angus just came in and went like, yeah, I'm a rogue, so I have thieves tools proficiency, so I'll just pick the lock. And then I have the slip of spider climb, so I will just walk on the ceiling and sneak upstairs and find where the egg is. And like, so Mirth is now like carrying around a sledgehammer, and he will occasionally make reference to it of like trying to pawn it off onto somebody else. It's like, I don't need this anymore.
Yeah, Kim saying we were golden until I fell down the fucking stairs. Yes, you were.
But that's what made it so brilliant, is that it's like it almost went off without a hitch. And then it just devolved into, I'm gonna backflip out the window and fucking run.
Who else have we forgot? So we've talked about we don't know where Luna is. We talked about Angus and the whole kind of like
Yeah, I'm just trying to go through sort of roughly in chronological order. So
We forgot about chronology ages ago. Don't worry about that.
But
I
before
I gotta
the-
say the last two episodes were some of the best episodes for the Tuesday game, in my opinion. Like all the players, you guys did some amazing role playing and like
No, well, come on, Nor. We all miss the Vasir Luna fanfic. The drama in the Vasir Luna love story is like integral to that story, right?
Good.
We all want to know when it happens, when the big night happens, and if it'll last. Because I don't think a love like that is meant to last, Nor. You know,
see,
it's
Why not?
fleeting.
meanwhile, I'm just on the side of Luna worries so much that she's not a good leader, but we went to
Yeah.
shit when she wasn't there. Just completely scattered doing separate things. Like, but that's just like, yeah, I'm gonna go back to Anchor without telling anyone. But that is specifically what Mirth did. He contacted Trust and gave him the Angel Feather Ovidian that he had like just palmed when he was supposed to be returning it to the box, and said that he had unfinished business in Anchor and Twiland Hill, and asked if Trust would use his like pocket dimension door abilities to take him there. And Trust agreed, but said that he would come back in the morning.
I need to cut you off, man. Is Luna and Nasir married?
Nope.
According to Serani, they are. Okay, so here's how that happened. Luna bought a set of platinum rings so that she could cast Warding Bond on Vasir. And
Okay.
Serani
To keep
doesn't fully
him from
understand
falling in
everything,
battle.
but from
Yeah.
his perspective, a cleric put a ring on Vasir, and so that means they're married. And Mirth and Angus find it funny, so they have not like convinced him otherwise.
Okay. So literally Luna put a ring on it.
For purely pragmatic purposes, and the best thing is it didn't even work, because when Vasir went into the fight, it turned out the ring had an anti-magic field around it, so the spell just instantly broke.
But Luna liked it, so she put a ring on it.
She actually did it to save Vasir because he was going down, I think, every single battle back then.
Yeah, and he definitely went
And-
down in that fight as well. It was
and
it was not even
and he went-
close.
Yeah.
I want to know, like, if Vasir actually dies, unlikely, I know, but if he dies, is like Luna gonna go all evil Luna, like inner rage?
I love how you're assuming that like Vasir needs to die for that to happen. Luna has definitely done some morally questionable things over the course of the campaign. Like Vasir is clearly like the good-hearted conscience of the group, and Luna
Yeah.
can at times be shockingly pragmatic.
My kind of character.
Pretty sure Vasir won't be dying anytime soon. Hopefully.
I mean, is this the point where I point out that we still don't have diamonds?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we have 1,000 gold pieces each, and every single episode, I tell you guys we need to buy some diamonds. And during the episode, we end up doing some stupid shit that we just
Aren't
forget
diamonds,
about getting.
yeah.
And you know what the best part is? The most likely place we're going next is Redinburgh Fortress, where there are no diamonds to buy because the military have them all.
We have a mirth. That's
Hold
that's
on.
enough.
Redinburgh Fortress is up north, right?
Yeah, it's sort of towards the middle of the map, near the mountains. It's slightly south
Oh.
of Drakengard Keep.
You're quite close to where the Saturday campaign is. Just saying. You're in the same direction.
Oh no, not
But yeah,
again.
there's actually
It's
quite a
true.
few of the parties that are in that sort of region of Oregon right now. I'm just not sure if we're there contemporaneously.
True.
But in the morning, Sensei Morrison had like a chat with Visir, just checking in, seeing how he was doing, discussing like the progress he's made since leaving the monastery, that he's sort of very much coming into his own as an astral self monk. And Visir sort of expressed some of his concerns that he has this astral visage he can project, where like a sort of psychic helmet of his astral self forms over his head that makes
Did you
him
just say? Did you just say psychic helmet?
kind of, yeah. It's
Okay.
astral y, so it's like
Look.
star powery, but
Look, Vizier is a JoJo character. All right, that is literally what the Astral Self Monk is.
yeah.
Yes,
Astral Self
stand
Monk and
user.
Echo Knight Fighter are both very stando power.
Yeah.
But
Well, sort of. The Echo Knight, not as much. I mean, every time I hear about an astral self monk, I just immediately think of Jotaro from Stardust Crusaders. Because they hit like a bajillion times in a round, and anyway, I'm getting off track.
But yeah, Visir was sort of worried that when he put on his astral visage, he became like very rational, very logical. Like when he doesn't use it, he's very like impulsive, driven by his emotions, and so he was really worried. Like, I feel like I'm a different person when I have the astral visage on, and Sensei Morrison had to explain like, you're young, you will find like a balance of your personality traits, and you and your astral self will become one. Like, basically, like, stop worrying.
He's like,
You're
but
a
you're like a
stupid kid, and you
teenager.
will get better.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Angus, meanwhile, had decided to sneak into the.
Stand, JoJo. Don't worry about your powers.
Angus
Sorry.
had decided to sneak into the monastery library because one of his past selves, Claudia, had visited a monastery and spoken to a monk of the Way of the Long Death while she was trying to process like her own dreams and this sense of having had past lives before. And was basically under the assumption like, well, this is a monastery, so it must be here, right? Spoke to Master Sariel, and she was instantly just like, well,
Nope.
this monastery has only been around about 75 years, so it doesn't seem likely. We have no record of her having been here, but like, if you're interested in the Way of the Long Death, you could go speak to Master Torrigan. And Master Torrigan was the Goliath who was tending the tombs, sort of to the south, sort of a set of graves that were dug into the side of the hills, and just tending them, making sure that they were neat, tidy, that there were flowers laid out in respect for the dead. And Angus sort of quietly waited for a moment to get his attention, and just sort of laid out like, I'm trying to understand like why I have past lives, and can you help, please? Because none of this makes any sense to me. And
There was a big
Torrigan-
reveal, right? Like,
yeah,
huge reveal.
he basically guided Angus through some pointed meditation where he focused on like the dreams that he had and the deaths that these past lives had experienced. I managed to enter into like a state of zen where he was in touch with the necrotic part of his soul, where like his grave bolts come from, and met Thandra, and Thandra basically just shattered all his illusions that he was her chosen champion, and essentially explained, yeah, your soul was marked by Enon Volkmar, and that's why you keep reincarnating. Like, you can't know eternal rest every time you come back here. I just have to, like, recycle your soul back into the world and hope one of you dummies figures out how to fix it. And Angus was pretty much just like, well, shit, that doesn't sound like it's gonna be me.
I mean, doesn't that make him a champion of Tantra?
But
Like-
not in the way that he'd hoped, where it was like like, I chose you specifically because this soul was like pure and virtuous. It was like the worst of all possible
No.
things that he
So,
thought of.
so Angus is
So-
effectively like the pigeons that get your garbage and kind of like make a mess everywhere, and you have to go make it up. So Thandra's like, "Fuck's sake, the pigeons have come again. I have to go and sort and clean this mess out. Put him in another body and send him back to the world."
Pretty much. It is like Angus is still piecing together like all of his lives, but one of the things that is like pretty apparent from the majority of them is that they all kind of suck in the same ways that he sucks. They're like just not they're not like good virtuous people that like leave the world better after they die. They just kind of amble through their lives and fuck things up a lot.
I don't want to be like really kind of like fucking on Angus, but what you thought was a feature is actually a bug, right? So you, so you thought like being the chosen of Thandra was like, oh, I must have these special abilities from somewhere, but actually it's like Thandra's trying to sort this mess out for you.
Yep, and it is genuinely her being in that situation where it's like, I cannot fix this for you. Like, she didn't even fully understand it until like she had this encounter with Angus, where she was able to get like a closer look at the soul while it was still inhabiting like a living form, and finally like noticed the mark and was able to go, oh, Volkmar, that's what caused it. So she's like, she knows more now, but it very much like put Angus in a tailspin, and she sort of ended this vision by telling Angus to look into the light of her lantern, and then Angus like, I think pretty much crit failed a Constitution saving throw, and so Master Torrigan had to perform CPR to wake him up, and Angus kind of leaned into that because Angus is bisexual as hell. So.
We have a lot of or we at least had a lot of bisexual characters on it.
So is Angus now not a follower of Tundra?
Again, I don't think he's really had time to fully think through the implications, because the first thing that he learned upon coming back to himself was essentially Sharp-Eyed coming over and saying, Visir and Sarani have befriended a river troll and have brought it to defend the monastery if it will, if the monks will feed it. And the troll doesn't seem to understand that the monks aren't food.
Yeah.
Once again, you walk into a person's territory, disrupting their shit. What do you expect?
So getting back to Mirth. Mirth had gone off on his trip to Anchor, used a resurrection scroll to bring Ollie Solomon, the son of the blacksmith who had died back in the first episode, pretty much because of the party, because they sent him as a runner into the swamp and he got killed by zombies. Brought him back to life, and then had Trust teleport him to Twiland Hill so he could reunite the boy with his parents. Spent a bit of time talking to Clifton Solomon, the blacksmith, who let Mirth know that a tiefling matching his description is currently wanted in the city, both by the City Watch and by the Scrappers, one of the gangs, for having essentially lifted a certain quantity of adamantine, this being very much the fault of Felix, who set him up for that.
Point of order: Felix didn't set up Mirth for the adamantine. It was Grayson and Michael that set.
Yeah, but Felix
Mirth.
was the one who paid Mirth the adamantine for helping.
Oh yeah, sure. But I don't think Felix meant that maliciously. I mean, who knows the mind of justice? But
yeah, then Mirth sort of checked in with Trust a bit about like some of the items that they found, discussed the fact that it would be really hard to go to Ravenreach to collect the items that Lark was holding for them after her having delivered a message across the Feywild to Angus. Specifically because the Horned Order are kind of based out of Ravenreach, and they tieflings in general and Mirth's family pretty specifically. So the party, we're going to have to think of a way to arrange a collection of that, which will, let's face it, probably end up entailing a pretty liberal use of Angus's disguise kit.
Small aside, a couple of us were having this conversation of what would have happened if Mirth and Michael actually became friends, and it's probably for the best for the whole of Oregon that they didn't.
Yeah, I believe Dio and I referred it to it as the three M's convergence apocalypse. That if Mirth, Michael, and Maximilian were ever in the same place, it would just end the world.
The apocalypse. The prophecy would have.
But yeah, Mirth mentioned that they had heard of a greater fiend that was possibly under the city of Redember Fortress, and Trust explained that he'd been doing some additional research and discovered that if you kill a demon in the material plane, it just dissolves into ichor, so you can't get anything from it. So the party are going to have to break into hell and kill a demon on its home turf. And Mirth basically pointed out, like, I'm pretty sure Angus was already planning on doing that because he's insisting that I need to, like, save the souls of my siblings that I bartered away to an ice devil. So, so yeah, we're probably going to end up doing that anyway.
Yeah.
Mirth then returned to the monastery, stepped out in time to the argument ongoing between Visir, Serani, and Angus, with Angus sort of just gesturing at the troll and being like, what the fuck?
An amazing moment.
It's going to eat people. You can't tame a troll. And Serani and Visir, I believe the TV trope term is insane troll logic. And this is like a very literal example of that, where Angus pointed out, like, trolls eat people. And Serani asked the troll, would you eat me? And the troll said, well, no, because you're a plant. And so you wouldn't taste good. And so Serani took from that, I am a person, it said it wouldn't eat me, therefore it's fine. Ignoring that it had specifically specified the only reason it wouldn't eat him was because he was not made of meat.
Serani logic.
Just Serani, again, being in that very vengeance murder mode, was just looking at it as like, here is an ally that can help us kill the demons. Here is a friend that can help us defend the monastery. And was like missing the nuance of the fact that the troll was asking several leading questions along the lines of, will you actually let me eat someone and get away with it? So while Angus snuck away from the group to go and inform Sensei Morrison what Visir and Serani had done, the party decided that if Angus was objecting to the troll staying to defend the monastery, the logical solution would be to take it with them to fight the demons. And so set off on the road and proceeded to try to teach the troll how to read.
Sure. Because, like, we all know, like, that's the best downtime activity is troll reading.
That's it. That's Tuesday's campaign.
Angus checked in with Sensei Morrison and was just having pretty much a meltdown in, the party aren't listening to me and they're going to get themselves killed, and also everything I believed was a lie. I have the most paranoid of my alternate personality stuck up in my head screaming at me. And I have no idea what to do. And Sensei Morrison, in his very sort of wisdom type fashion, sort of asked several leading questions. That, like, okay, you say that Visir and Serani won't listen to you. Why would they listen to me? Surely they would listen to you more because you are somebody who knows them. And this led Angus to the conclusion of, I need to find Luna. Because Luna is the sovereign, so Serani has to listen to her.
We should probably go into the next campaign too, but wasn't there a point where, like, Luna gave up her sovereign stuff?
Yeah.
Luna has attempted on numerous occasions to step down from the role of leader, And I actually think it's really funny in the reason that Angus nominated her as sovereign in the first place was to score cheap points in an argument with Vizier and Serrani, and then everyone just ran with it. And after like Angus saw like, oh, this means a lot to Luna, and she's actually not bad at it. He's like fully embraces the side of like, she's good. She knows what she's doing, and she calls us on our bullshit. And we are doing terribly when she's not here.
Fair.
So yeah, Angus went off with a Leonin monk who was a recent graduate who was going to help him track where Luna had gone, and they seemed to find that she was heading south towards the Coriel forest. And this is again the thing I think is interesting when you raise the point of like, where has Luna gone? Because while we were back in Twilight Hill, the party had met with Queen Evelyn, and she had spoken with Luna privately in a conversation that Angus happened to eavesdrop upon because he's incredibly
Privately.
nosy. And Queen Evelyn had explained that there was possibly, it was rumoured that there was a cavern or a cabin once owned by Merwin in the Coriel forest, and that it might contain clues leading to one of the lost wards of Merwin. And so because Luna is of half-elven heritage, it seemed like a possibility that she had decided to head to Coriel Forest to engage diplomatically with the Wood Elves there if she could. Not saying that's actually what's going to happen. We have to wait to see what Mark's going to decide.
Or she's getting the hotel ready for the night of passion and love when Vasir comes back.
But
No.
the monastery literally has a hot spring. Like, we went to the monastery expecting that we were going to get the Hot Springs episode of an anime, and instead it was murder. Murder and a river troll.
Eh,
I want Luna and Vasir fanfic so much. We need it in our lives.
But yeah, meanwhile, the river troll, Serrani, Sharpeyed, Vasir, and Mirth encountered a group of hellhounds, managed to fight them off, and at the end of the battle, Serrani saw off in the distance a tiny little quasit, sort of observe the carnage that they had caused and just blink invisible. And so it seems that that might be a scout that's going to report back to wherever the demons are hiding.
But in my opinion, on the whole leadership thing, I kind of feel that Vasir is like stepping up to that role. I don't know. What do you think?
I will point out that Vasir's decision as leader has been, I'm going to befriend a river troll. I think it's an interesting case in that in a lot of D&D parties, like, there isn't like the one leader. It is always very much like anarchy, because it's a small group so everybody's opinion can be heard. Everybody, can voice the thing that they're an expert on. So when their field comes up, like, okay, we're out in the wild, there's this nature thingy we don't understand, let's ask the druid. Oh, we're in the city and there's this religious thing we don't understand, let's ask the cleric or the paladin. So the party is like, everybody has a voice and everybody is heard, but it's sort of more like Luna is the decision maker. She's the one, like, when everybody's arguing, who steps in and goes like, no, this is what we're doing. Whereas Vasir is more like the social leader, where he's like the conscience who keeps everybody on the right path, who like
To be honest, she makes
going astray.
she makes decisions that nobody listens to or follows, if that makes sense. Like, we're gonna do this, and everybody does something else.
I guess
Like,
Luna's got a very strong mom energy.
You know
Where
what it
it's
is?
like nobody listens, but then when she's like, right, that's it, I'm fucking leaving, everyone's like, oh shit, we don't know how to survive without mom to like cook dinner, so we better go apologize.
I don't want it to go into like Greek mythos, but Luna's effectively Cassandra, right? She's cursed to know that like what she's saying is 100% right, and it's going to bite everybody in the ass later on.
Care to elaborate?
So Cassandra was like this. She was cursed by Zeus.
Apollo,
My
I
memory
think it is.
was it Apollo? To basically to forever just have to forever have foresight to be able to predict what's going to happen, but also to be cursed that nobody would ever listen to her.
Yeah, in certain versions of the
Okay.
myth, she's a citizen of Troy. And so,
Yeah,
like,
okay.
she's the one who's going, the walls are gonna fall, the Greeks are gonna get in, everything's gonna fucking suck, we're all gonna get raped and killed, and nobody listens to her, and she just goes crazy. Because it's like, I have seen what's going to happen, and I can't convince anyone, and it's all going to happen before my eyes all over again.
But that's
Yeah.
a legitimate
As-
comparison, right?
As with everything else, in Greek mythology, she was cursed by Apollo because people were saying that she was better at predicting the future than the god Apollo was. And so, to teach her humility, he made it so, I believe in the original story, she was cursed with omniscience, not just foresight. She knew everything that was going to happen, everything that would ever be, but no one could actually hear her. So it was like it was similar to what happened to Echo in the tale of Echo and Narcissus.
What's interesting though, and what I like as a kind of a concept, that like you didn't in ancient Greece, you didn't want to have the gods' attention. In Oregon, you do, right? And it's this kind of different. There's this different flavor.
Yeah,
like in
no,
ancient Greece, you wanted to stay the fuck away from the gods.
It's those ancient pantheons where it's like, we don't worship out of reverence. We make sacrifices out of like fear
Yeah.
and deference, and like, please don't curse us. Here's some
Yeah.
meat. Here is a burnt offering. Please leave us
Yeah.
alone.
It's
In
100%.
fact, one of the few, like, so it's kind of a mixed bag. There was good gods and bad gods. So, in fact, there would be people that would worship gods like it was very similar to like the patron saint idea, which is like you'd offer a offering to the god of whatever activity you're about to embark in. So war, it would be Athena or Ares.
And again, patron
Depending
gods
on
in
the
the sense of
culture.
like, there would be gods that would be worshipped in specific cities. So like Athens is named for Athena because she was the patron god of that city.
Right. And then there was oh gosh, I think it was the Temple of Apollo at Knossos. And then the Colossus of Rhodes was, their patron god was Hephaestus. Anyway, we're kind of burying the lead a little bit.
Yeah. Should we move on to like the Wednesday crew?
I will just
Well, there's
note
the
quickly
Tuesday
as well,
evening group now.
that
Yeah.
my favorite thing about Greek mythology is that the god of the underworld is like one of the nicest gods in the pantheon. Like Hades is a bro.
Hades does not hate mortals. That's what I like about it. Hades doesn't hate mortals. Hades is salty because his older brother and his younger brother, Poseidon and Zeus, respectively, because I think Hades was the middle brother. Either that or he was the oldest one. But anyway, he was considered the most responsible. So he's been given all this fucking paperwork of processing all of the people that die. So he's just he's
a DMV worker.
He's not trapped. He's not trapped in Tartarus. He's stuck there because he's got all this paperwork to do. He's trapped by bureaucracy, which I think is what's really funny. Also, he's the richest. He's the richest of the gods because he's not only the god of the underworld, but he's god of everything under the earth. So precious gems and gold and all of that shit, that's all Hades. which I
So
think
you
is
can
really
kind of
cool.
interpret the Persephone myth that she's just like a gold digger.
Well, Nyx is the gold digger. Persephone was the one that Hades actually fell for.
Yeah, I
Persephone
genuinely
wanted
like
to-
the like
she wanted to
feminist
fucking get out of there.
reinterpretation of the Persephone myth, where it's like, oh, I ate the pomegranate seeds, so now I have to stay, and that's like bullshit. And it's just her being like, Mom, I really want to be with this guy, but like you're embarrassing me. Okay, fine, I'll only see him some of the time.
Yeah, I really like Sisyphus, that whole story where he keeps outsmarting Thanatos, the god of death, and then eventually he's like, "No, motherfucker, you're going to the underworld. Yeah, be ready." And now push this boulder, motherfucker. But anyway, I can talk Greek mythology all fucking.
But yeah, so Tuesday evening is the new game time for the Artifact Recovery Corporation.
Yes.
Hands up, I don't know much about art.
Well,
That
unfortunately, you have two
because
players
you
who
are
are in the game right now.
uncultured.
So
That is because you are uncultured, Stephen.
Too many
You
games,
cannot
man.
handle.
Not enough time.
I know.
So where we last left off with Ark, they had agreed to take jobs for Sylvia Nickelkeycutter and Randolph of Woodhaven. They were planning to sort of head out, complete both jobs, and then return back to receive payment. Pippin had taken some time to explore the halls of Wombleburg that were now his inheritance due to the party making use of the Wand of Wishes to like rewrite history a little bit. And while he was down there, had discovered a shield guardian, as well as several other cool goodies. While they were visiting Randolph of Woodhaven, Aramil had spent some time to get more in touch with his High Elven heritage, because his parents had not taken much time to teach him about Elven culture. And the party then reconvened at Woodhaven to prepare to set off on the road towards their first destination, Oakhold. And then, after several days of being on the road, they received a message from their majordomo Dot via the Sending Stone, where she informed them that because they had decided to take 2 contracts, headquarters had sent them 2 new recruits to join their franchise. So the party were introduced to Leopold Andrea and Grask Hoskar. So, Chris, would you like to sort of describe Grask a little bit for anybody who hasn't seen him in the game yet?
So, Grask is basically okay, so I picked the entertainer background for this barbarian. It's half orc barbarian with the entertainer background, and I was looking through the options, and I was like, luchador would be awesome. And so now, and it's been fun because part of the role play has been that every time there's a problem, Grask spouts off some anecdote about getting in like only a vaguely related situation, but in the wrestling ring. And so like I think at one point we to firing somebody out of a cannon at one point.
Yeah, I think it came up the mission for Sylvia Nickelkeycutter involves her like great several generations removed grandfather who'd worked on the Dragon Guard cannon on top of the keep, and so Grass just launched into like, oh yeah, we used a cannon in a wrestling match once, and I just loved the banter that Aramil immediately had, where he's like, didn't that guy lose his leg?
Yeah, and then I had to spout the official statement of the of the Orton Wrestling Federation,
Can I
which was
just ask as well, specifically, right? Okay, Grask is like jacked, big, beefy, like late middle age, roughly, wearing a mask that happens to have horns, and also his skin is red. Was the Hellboy visual reference intentional or like a happy
no,
accident?
no. That was completely unintentional. The horns are silver. I should make that. I should note that. So when I was coming up with the character, I was looking for inspiration, and I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with the story of Los Santo. Bowie showed it to me, and it was basically this this luchador in Mexico who became like a B movie sensation. All right. He starred in like 50 something B movie films, and was pretty much a legend. And so I was like, okay, let's see if I can throw in a nod or two to this person. And so that's where the silver, like the whole silver motif to his ensemble came from. Um, but as far as like the personality and behavior, that's all me. That's all me flying off the cuff with this character. But as far as visual inspiration goes, um, I like the idea of red orcs. It's something that has uh, it's something that's kind of jived with me. And then the the whole Gorgon motif, which is why his mask makes his eyes glow green because it's a reskinned helm of dread. So it's been fun, and yeah, I mean the with the entertainer background, there's a lot to go off of, and then because of the gladiator variant for the same thing, I mean there's a lot you can do with it as far as role play goes.
Yeah, I fully love the prospect that Grask is going to be having like back alley wrestling matches to fund Ark's expeditions.
Oh yeah, no. Did you read that in the RP? He's talked to Pippin about
Yep, that when we get to
about
Dragon Guard Keep,
yeah
he's going to just look and see like there must be some venue that will like let me host an exhibition match.
an exhibition match. Yeah, it's gonna be great. Well, and it's leaning heavily into okay. So the funny thing is that with this character, we've had 2 combat encounters in the 2 sessions I've played Grask. Grask has gotten to swing one fucking time. One time. In 2 combat encounters, he's gotten to roll for an attack. Which has been kind of the recurring joke, is that Grask never actually gets to hit anything.
Yeah, he's always just really excited at the prospect of getting into a fight, and then like by the time he's gone into range, all the ranged combatants have already killed it.
Yeah. So yeah, no.
Although, to be fair, funny enough is that between him and Leopold's taken more damage, which I find is kind of funny.
Yep, yeah. So Leopold is my character. He is a slightly pompous noble who definitely puts on a front of being quite gentlemanly, but in moments of vulnerability has revealed he can be a bit more uncouth than one might think. Definitely has a dark past that he has made several allusions to, but not yet fully divulged. and he's specifically an Order cleric of Thormodin. So I would like to note that the one attack that Grask did get to make was specifically because Leopold used his voice of authority to make sure that he would get at least one attack before Bowie killed the demon.
Couple of clerics of Thormodin in Orin in the moment, right?
Yeah, had a couple that have popped up recently as well, because it's Leopold, so he's been 2 sessions now, and then
John?
Pat's new character in the Dance Macabre is also a cleric of Thormodin. But
And what about the Monday night campaign? Is Preacher a Thormodin cleric too?
no, cleric of Orad, because
Orad,
he's of the Unity domain. Which we did learn in the most recent Monday episode is not quite as broken as we thought. We were just interpreting the rule incorrectly, and Pat was able to correct that. But yeah, so Leopold and Grask sort of tried to ingratiate themselves with the new party. One of the things that Bowie did almost immediately was like take Longpaws aside by like contriving an excuse of, oh, I think I see some people over there, because he like knows that Longpaws is kind of socially awkward and not good around new people, and wanted to give her an out. And while they were away, took the chance to essentially cast Find Steed to summon up an animal like fey spirit that he said he'd been following him for many years. But that he'd finally learned how to like harness and make this connection with them, and that was a sort of almost bioluminescent rainbow patterned tiger by the name of Mare. And I pretty much immediately made the joke of like, you might want to rethink that name because you killed the Mare is already a thing. So...
But bad David.
It was just literally the first thing that popped into my head. But yeah, so once Mare and Longpaws were acquainted and she was sort of getting used to having this new mount, the party sort of set off down the road, camped for the night, and sort of taking turns during watch, discussed the new arrivals to varying degrees, with Bowie noting in particular that Leopold had called him Beauregard, despite the fact that Bowie had introduced himself by his preferred name of Bowie, and so was genuinely kind of confused and wary of like, how did he know my name? Meanwhile, Aramil had basically had a fanboy reaction to meeting Grask because he had seen him fight and was like every bit the teenager who's like super into WWE. And Leopold took his watch with Pippin and like took the time to sort of ask Pippin like, you're the leader of the group, what's your assessment of everybody? And Pippin sort of gave the rundown of everybody's strengths and seemed like a little bit self-deprecating about like his own abilities. And so Leopold sort of like tried to reassure him of like, I don't know everybody that well yet, but everybody clearly respects you, and so I will follow you. I will, respect your position as the leader. So when the party were back on the road, they eventually stumbled across an overturned cart with several casks of beer that had a 5-armed troll sleeping amongst them.
Nice.
And the party were genuinely sort of in the situation of, do we fight this thing or not? Do we try to sneak past it? And Leopold sort of strongly voiced the opinion of, if this thing has attacked a merchant caravan, then it's possible there's somebody injured or dead that we need to tend to or avenge. And so charged into combat with the troll and then got like smacked down to 1 hit point. And fortunately, the party sort of rallied around and did a better job of fending off the troll. So he didn't end up actually going unconscious during that encounter. So then, the party met Thrappin, who was the dwarf merchant of the caravan, who'd been delivering the beer to Drakengard Keep from Ironstone Hall. Bowie and Leopold sort of worked together to heal him up and get him recovered, and then the party sort of discussed, we can't really send this guy off on his own. His horses are dead. We can't really afford to give up one of ours. So should we just go with him to Drakengard Keep and just switch the order of the jobs that we're going to do, where we'll do the Nickel Key Cutter job first, because that's close to to Drakengard Keep, and then do the Oak Hall job on the way back, and sort of settled on that decision, and so set off to do a bit more travelling down the road toward Drakengard Keep. So then we had the meeting with the Old Way Shrine that Longpaws and Aramil sort of spotted in the forest, and when the group went to investigate it, found that it was a statue to Bowie's goddess that he didn't really know the name of. And Leopold was able to read some of the old Valkyrian script on the shrine and sort of explain that the goddess Celisana, the goddess of travel. And so Bowie asked for like a moment alone to be at this shrine to his goddess, and received a vision, a meeting with her where she sort of like called him like her loyal knight, and reassured him that he'd been like worried that he wasn't always doing the right thing. And so she sort of like just led him on these questions like, how would you define right? And he sort of expressed that he likes being around people, he likes being around his friends, he wants his friends to meet his family, but that he doesn't enjoy fighting. That like he doesn't like hurting people, that isn't something he wants to do. And sort of topped it off with a Bill and Ted quote. Because it's Bowie the Bodacious, so what are you going to do? And Celisana sort of accepted an offering that he made of some of the casks, the flasks of beer that he had filled, the wine skins of beer that he had filled up, and sort of advised him that like you seem to be on the right path. You seem to have a solid understanding of like what my ideals, what I stick to, and that you should stay close to your friends. And then Bowie had like genuinely a really kind of fun, awkward conversation where like he tried to explain the notion of like feelings of love and possibly some lust to Aramil, the 16-year-old elf who has been like rapidly aged up through elf puberty due to like being frightened by
Awkward.
a ghost. And so Aramil was just like, I've never had a crush. I don't know what any of this means. Are you sure it feels like peeing your pants?
I saw the clip and I was like, okay, that is a new definition of love I haven't heard before. Impressive, Pat. Impressive.
A challenge for Michael.
Hey, Pat.
So then Aramil sort of brought up the idea that everybody's powers seem to come from like something recognizable. That like Leopold was a cleric and so his power came from his god, and Bowie was like a paladin and so his power came from like his oath and his devotion to his god and to his ideals, and that Grask was really strong and muscular, and that Pippin was really smart and had studied like the alchemy that he could perform, and that Aramil was sort of sat there going like, I'm psychic and I have no idea why or how. And Pippin sort of advised him to think of it as like, think of the brain as like a muscle. So you have like a really strong brain, the same way that Grask has really big muscles. And this led to a conversation wherein Grask sort of offered Aramil the spot of being his tag team partner, and gave him the stage name of the Mental Murderer.
Oh, God.
Yeah, then Bowie checked in with Longpaws, just checking in, seeing how she was settling in with Mare, and tried to like gently coax her to try opening up about her feelings and just opening up more socially to the rest of the group, and sort of advise like, you can do it like one baby step at a time. And Longpaw sort of went like, that sounds awful, but I guess I'll try. So the party reached like a mountain pass leading through the mountains into the desert and toward Drakengard Keep. And there was like an old fortified ruin of a watchtower. And as the party passed it, like a load of the masonry sort of exploded outwards. As there was this demonic figure that started sort of raining chunks of rubble down. And so the party sort of like told Trappin to hold the cart and stay back while the group like rushed into battle. That was quite neat.
What is it about demons in Arden? There seems to be a lot of demon stuff going about these days.
Genuinely, every campaign there is a lot of demon stuff going about, and it's just a matter of like
We're basically turning into Baldur's Gate.
the Tuesday Squad are the people who are like proactively trying to combat this threat, so you know we're fucked.
By teaching trolls how to read.
yeah, we're gonna combat demons with literate trolls.
Yep.
And bits and pieces from like Mirth's bedroom.
But a couple of fun moments from this fight that Pippin used his alchemist tools to cast Enlarge on Grask and then like rode him into battle.
Nice.
And Bowie had the returning
right.
weapon spear and
Critical
was just
smite.
like divine smite, divine smite, divine smite. It was
Let's not. There was also this was also the session that we introduced the posing language, the flex language, muscles.
Yeah, we have several members of the group that have like a 16 strength or higher. And so Bowie and Grask had a conversation that posed almost entirely of just flexing at one another to express certain concepts.
Is this where like people like lift up and down their pecs in that kind of like dancing motion?
Yeah, very much
Something like that,
sort
yeah.
of thing.
Yeah. Okay. Understood.
The way I sort of thought of it is like it's almost like semaphore, where like
Yeah,
you can
but
read
with-
it from
yeah.
a distance.
Understood.
But after the Garistro was sort of fought off, the party sort of convened at the top of this like tower, this old ruin, and found that like a ritual had taken place here, like presumably a ritual to summon the demon itself. That there was a dead human that looked like they'd been sort of stabbed with a ceremonial dagger, and 3 dead elves that had been sort of killed by wounds that seemed like they'd been inflicted from the demon. And due to all the chaos of the fight, of everyone like charging up this hill to fight the demon, any tracks of like anybody else who might have been taking part in the ritual had been like so thoroughly obscured that it wasn't really possible to tell like entirely what had happened. The Bowie voiced some concerns that the task that Randolph of Woodhaven had requested was for the party to go to Oakhold and recover a book from the old like elven archive there, written by Merwin, about like the hierarchy of fiends and devils. And was sort of going like, okay, these people are summoning demons and they're elves, and Randolph is like of the elves and wants this book about summoning demons. Are we sure this guy's a good guy? And Pippin
Like
had the most cutthroat response of like, I don't give a shit, we're getting paid to do this.
It reminds me of the "Are we the baddies" meme.
Oh, it's Bowie tried to live up to his ideals, and Pippin being like, "That's nice. We fought this thing, and we're not getting paid for it. So, like, someone's got to be looking out for the bottom line here."
Pragmatic.
And there was a note that was found that was written in Elvish, and Aramil was the only member of the party that could read it. So he did, and then like immediately declared that they could like throw the elf bodies over the tower. He didn't give a shit, like they didn't deserve a proper burial, and like wouldn't tell anyone specifically what the letter said. Which is like, nah, just trust me. These guys suck.
Point of discussion that I think is really kind of interesting is that there are not a lot of people in Oregon who speak Elven. I know there's nobody in the Saturday game. And then just Aramil, who is an elf, in the Tuesday afternoon game. And I know that nobody, unless one of the new players can speak Elven, I don't think anybody in the Wednesday day game can speak it either.
Yeah, I'm
So
genuinely
that's half the
trying to think
campaigns.
if there's
But it
anybody,
makes sense,
if there's
right?
anybody
'Cause
who speaks Elvish who isn't of like Elven descent. Like
Right.
no one's springing to mind. It's mostly like if you're an elf, you speak Elvish.
Right. Which is interesting considering the history that Elven culture has in the Oregon setting. Like it makes sense that nobody would speak it since there are not a whole lot of elves.
I think that is interesting as well because we're going to be moving on to the Help Wanted campaign in just a moment. So just to wrap up, like the final little bits from Ark, there was sort of like a little moment when Leopold was trying to build a cairn for the dead human and had sort of like fallen into almost a catatonic state, just staring down a chunk of rock, and Grask had to like shake him out of it. So it's clear there's like definitely some history there, this dark like past that Leopold has like alluded to a couple of times but not given like a full explanation of. And when the party returned to the cart, they found that Thrapin explained that Leon had spoken to them in a voice unlike Leon's, so presumably was Ace speaking, saying that they'd seen another of their kind out in the desert and were going to pursue them to seek answers, and that they had asked Thrapin to tell Pippin specifically and the party in general not to follow him. Okay, so unless there is anything else, I think we're ready to move on to the Help Wanted campaign.
Okie dokie. Again, I have to be honest and hold my hand up and say I haven't really been paying attention to Help Wanted recently. My bad. I think my max is like 2-3 campaigns at any one time. Otherwise, my head gets mushed.
I will say, if you're looking for an opportunity to jump back into the Help Wanted campaign, this week's episode is a really good point for that, because there have been 3 new characters that have joined the party, so like a pretty substantial switch up of the cast. And so there's been a lot of reiterating of established plot points to bring the new people like up to speed. So if you don't want to go back and watch through like the 10 plus episodes that have already existed, you can just sort of go back, watch the most recent episode, and know pretty much everything you're going to need to know going forward.
David, I need to take a small break. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, I can switch over actually to a break because it has been about half that we've covered, so we can take like a 5-10 minute break and then come do the second half.
Okay. Feel free to not do it, but yeah, sure.
It's okay, I could do with a stretch of my legs as well.
David, you there?
Oh no, I don't think so. David, you here, man?
Yeah, I don't think it's there.
Oh. So what games do you watch? Just the
Honestly,
Tuesday game?
I used to watch the old Saturday game, and honestly, these 2 weeks, actually this whole month, my schedule has been very hectic, so I was not able to watch any game.
We are not muted. Yep. No, I know. Bowie just texted me.
Somebody sent me through Discord.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that I hate Pat, and I hope Bowie never gets with long pause.
Yeah, okay.
And it's all because he didn't take my centaur druid idea to
Makes
Bowie
sense.
doesn't love long pause like that, then why the hell are you Captain Love Everybody? That's why Grass didn't get to hit anything. He was worried he was going to make you upset in that first fight. He's like, "What are we?" I spent literally that whole first fight against a troll, against this firearm troll. I spent the first fight being like, "Are we supposed to be fighting it?" It's okay, Bowie. We'll Grask will give Bowie a big hug. Squeeze him like toothpaste. Man, this week has been murder on my joints. Today I had to work on 2 huge Viking ranges. And I gotta tell you, man, I don't know if you guys are ever in the market to buy friggin' ranges and
Yeah, I think I've got it muted now. Pat gave me like a message to give me an alert. Sorry, I just nipped straight to Lou and I didn't realize. So yep, yep. Can you hear me? Yep, if you want to. No reason for you to stay up. I know it's later for you over there than it is even here, so I'll just let everyone on the stream know that, yeah. Thanks for being here, seriously. Yep, no worries. Okay, now I just have to hope that it should stay the same, because that should be the one that was Nor, now will be Stephen instead. So hopefully I won't need to tweak it too bad. Uh, Generally, yeah, trying to get through it. Again, it's I want to get to the point where we're doing this weekly, because then we'll be able to burn through it a lot quicker. I really want to get to the point where it's more like bringing guests on and doing Q&A and saying like, hey, you had an awesome moment with your character this week, let's talk about it. But it's just starting to feel like busy work, just trying to keep people caught up with the streams that they're not seeing. So it's, I don't know, I'm trying to do my best with it, but it's, I don't know. I don't know. It's, yeah. I'm trying to include like fun character moments that happen, so people get like a sense of like what people's character arcs are, and not just like here are the literal events. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I guess that's a good point. And it's, again, I want it to feel more like we're having a fun conversation, talking about like, hey, here were the fun moments that I had, and not like me just reading off a list of things. So yeah, it's, no, but it is, because like the whole first episode is essentially building up to the fact that Century is going to leave. So like that is important. Yeah, Pat sent me a message and I muted it then because I realized. So I'm going to unmute it before we go back live. We have genuinely been waiting for that conundrum to strike. Okay, are we ready to go live? Okay, gonna whack the volume back up and then switch it back on.
Did Noor disappear?
Yep, Nor has left during the break. The games that Nor is most familiar with have already been covered, and it is pretty late. So he sort of asked if we could dip, and so yeah, we're just going to try to truck on and get through the rest of these, ideally sort of as quickly as possible, because again, I
Need sleep.
very badly. I am powering through on caffeine at the moment. So yeah, the Help Wanted campaign. So when we last left off, the party had sort of successfully managed to rescue Wilhelmina's parents from the Hobgoblin war camp, killed War Captain Holbrook in the process, and Talus has sort of dragged his body off as a trophy, specifically looking to make use of the bones. Wilhelmina's mother, Rita, paid the group for their rescue from sort of her nest egg from back in her own adventure days, giving them 5,000 gold pieces and 1,000 gold pieces specifically to Talus for him to buy the material components he would need to perform a resurrection on Wilhelmina's dead brother and sister-in-law. Wilhelmina sort of like kind of read Colock the Riot Act for having sent her into the camp to like conduct the deception against Holbrook without like letting her know, oh yeah, by the way, we fought him before when we were in Ridgefort and he knows who we are. And so she sort of like made it clear, like, your plan is stupid. The best thing that we can do is try to keep making inroads with Zaket back in Red Ember Fortress, and if I don't return soon, that bridge is going to be burned. And so the group sort of like acquiesced to that point and agreed that they were going to head back to Red Ember Fortress. Oh, and it's also worth noting at that point that Ty had made the decision to leave the group to seek answers elsewhere, and he had left to sort of like defend Wilhelmina's family while they were on the road heading to Riverdam Raft.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, we've had in the last couple of months, quite a people change, right? In most of the campaigns. I think nearly all the campaigns have been affected by people going.
Yeah, returning to work has really kind of devastated the cast for the most part.
Yeah, it was kind
particularly daytime streams.
It was kind of exceptional circumstances that kind of brought the Discord together. And so it's like, as people are like acclimatizing and having to like go back to work after quarantine, it's affected some people's ability to like keep playing. So, but at the same time, we are getting some new people in, so we're getting new players, so that's always fun to see, is new characters, new dynamics.
And I have to say, our Discord is growing. Like, we've never had
Definitely
more Discord people.
We've gained
people
so
Discord.
many wonderful people. We have gained so many wonderful people. It's been fantastic.
Kind of crazy. I remember when this Discord was like 12 people. Like, it was the first two campaigns. It was the Tuesday group and the Saturday group, basically.
I genuinely do not remember that. Like, I have such like just quarantine brain where like time doesn't make sense anymore. And so like I
Oh,
vaguely
yeah.
remember the notion of like the early games, but
First episodes, man. That was a long time ago.
okay, but yeah, as the Crushers returned to Redinburgh Fortress, they found like pretty obvious signs of the Wood Elf terrorist attack that they'd sort of heard about. Gave their report into Captain Zocat, and Wilhelmina sort of like bid a goodbye to the group as she sort of turned in to give her official report as a scout for the Redinburgh military. One of the things that they did notice while they were sort of at the fortress was that there were a lot of like mustered troops gathered, and it seemed pretty obvious that like Redinburgh were planning to make a move. It could be possible that they were gathered defensively in the event of more attacks, but it seemed much more likely that they were getting to the point where they were gonna go invade one of the other cities and just like steal their food. And then Kurlock divided up the 5,000 gold pieces that they'd received, so everybody was able to like go and stock for provisions and supplies that they needed. Century sort of like patched things up a little bit with Talus by giving him the 500 gold pieces that would be needed for the diamonds to resurrect Mayor Pfeiffer. So she's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, my bad." It was just quite a nice moment. Kurlock sent Lucy to
Century
check
did
in.
nothing wrong. Sorry.
It is an interesting situation where like I don't think Century was entirely in the wrong in that situation, but I also don't blame the party for being angry at him. And I think Kurlock's specific wording was like, "I'm not angry that you did it. I'm angry that you did it without like, consulting
us.
the group."
Oh yeah, that reminds me. We had a. I believe that same session was the one we had a. Are we talking about? This is the last one, right? Like, we had just separated from Wilhelmina at the. Yeah. So when we went and spoke with Nolly, yeah, it was really interesting. We had a very intriguing conversation about what freedom means between characters like Kolak and Century. One who, for one of them, the freedom to make their own choices and, in essence, their own mistakes is liberating, and is freeing. And for the other, not being burdened with the indecision, not knowing if you're making the choice. The reliability of following the direct orders of a consciousness above your.
Yeah, I think in that episode we got a lot of insight into like the Nexus and how that sort of operates for I think Century's like a second generation Warforged.
So Century is part of a line of Valkyrian Warforged that all shared a collective consciousness housed in this crystal structure called the Nexus. During the dismantling, okay, so if anybody has played Mass Effect 2 or 3, think of the Warforged like the Geth. they had a collective consciousness, but everybody's decisions all held, or everybody's say all held equal weight. So there wasn't a hierarchy. It was more of a, there was more of a consensus. They would make their decisions, and then the one that had the decision that had the most support individually on each level was the one that was executed. And so it would be like being able to every time you were about to make a decision, you would essentially be able to take a poll of what everybody else thought and then adjust your behavior accordingly. And that sort of freed them from social paradigms until the dismantling, when the Nexus was shut off and most of the Warforged were dismantled, because up until that point, the fleshy races had considered them to be oppressors, even though they were put there by their own government. So one of the things that's been difficult playing this character is that he's essentially a bastard cop. It's like trying to play a character that hides behind the nerve defense. I was just following orders, or I just did what I thought was right, without actually considering any of the long-standing consequences. So it's and it all. I mean, the thing that's interesting about Sentry, and if you guys will indulge me a little bit, is that he's been a way to cope with the difficult transition from life in the military to civilian life. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say?
No, man, understand.
Yeah,
D&D
that's
is
just
like a perfect to explore these kind of feelings.
Yeah, where it's like for a while there was a time period where I was just sort of directionless after getting out of the army, and because I was just a specialist in an infantry platoon, and being told where to go, what to do at all times. And so I never really had to question. I never really had to think about what the right decision was. I had other people telling me what that was. And this is kind of taking that to the illogical extreme, where this is now a rudderless murder robot who's trying to make the best decisions. He's trying to make the best decisions using what he knows. And something kind of interesting that I had brought up with the other players, and after I mentioned this, like, killing the mayor wasn't out of the ordinary for Century. David, if you remember it was like either the first or even the second episode where there was the miners that were acting odd, and that foreman that didn't want to tell us what we wanted to know, and was trying to confine them to his house so we couldn't ask them any questions, and Sentry just followed him home and axed him. Now, thankfully, Talus was there to pick him right back up, which just wasn't the case with the mayor. But it was basically playing a blunt force object, and then he found that fragment of the Nexus in I don't know if this garnered any sympathy for the character, but for me, as the player trying to empathize with this Warforged character, looking in a field and seeing one of your own being used as a scarecrow. I mean, that's like basically the plot of Jeepers Creepers, isn't it? Like I'm not. It's scary, and so it was interesting the way that Mark implemented the Nexus fragment, and then that sort of went by the wayside while we figured out kind of how we were gonna develop the story. And then after that conversation with Kolak about the sort of duality of what is freedom and what does it mean to truly be free? At what point is someone truly free? And more to the point, whether or not that freedom is actually a good thing, that freedom to choose is actually a good thing. One really illustrated the dynamic personalities of both those characters, as well as the law chaos axis that they sat on opposite sides of. But then afterwards, when he was helping Talus dig up a bunch of bodies in a graveyard, because this was Valkyria, Sentry's always been an ends justify the means sort of character, and so Talus needed bodies. They're not doing anything but rotting in the ground, so it doesn't matter to him whether or not he digs them up. They ended up coming across this general from Valkyria that had been preserved, and with him carried a sword with a hawk's head on the pommel. And when he interacted with the two and held the Nexus, he received an order from the Nexus. And at the time, I remember deciding to roll a wisdom save, because it stood to reason to me that this war machine has essentially been indoctrinated to unquestioningly and unflinchingly follow the orders of the appointed higher ups. It is only, in his mind, it has only been a few months since the last time he was activated, and so it stood to reason to me that he would have to make a wisdom save in order to disobey a direct order, an impulse directive from essentially his god. And he failed. So he just stood up and he left. Didn't take anything with him, just had what he had with him. Like, technically, and I can't wait for it to come up, but technically, his greatsword is still with the crew.
Well, no, it's a very interesting sort of touching goodbye, where Century is just like very forthright, sort of saying like, I have received new orders, I have to go. And Talus just like had to let Century know, like, when I told you that I wouldn't resurrect you if you died, that was just to make you feel bad. I totally would have. They like needed to make the
it
love
was so
known.
cute. Yeah, I love Talus, and frankly, I can't wait for an opportunity to come up where Sentry can come back to, even if it's as an NPC, even if it's just for like a couple of sessions, but I cannot wait for a chance for him. Now there's the reuniting where he comes back because he's still wearing. I don't know if you guys remember this or if any of you guys have seen it, but Sentry a while back purchased the Kolox Crushers banner for the party. It now kind of acts as like the cover for their goods on their wagon. But he also had a cape made, a new cape, a new cloak or hooded mantle. I don't know the technical term for it, but he still considers himself part of the Crushers. And I am excited as fuck for him to come back, especially after his visit to Nickel Keycutter, which is going to be an interesting tie-in with the Ark.
Yep. There's the one thing you have to give Mark credit for is that he's really good about weaving the tapestry and going like, oh, this can tie in over here and this can tie in over here. Like, I think that's again why these streams sort of became necessary, is that there's so much cross-pollination going on between the games and not everybody has the time to watch all of them, so it's just trying to provide a handy reference guide.
And sometimes there's just like a tidbit. Like, we'll get onto the dance in a bit. But even in the dance, there was a couple of tidbits. And each kind of campaign, you can just see these little droplets of intermingling, which kind of tend to grow.
Okay, so while Century and Talus were digging up bones, Lucy and Kurlock had decided to have a rematch of their drinking contest, where Kurlock made it sort of clear like he didn't really know that much about Lucy, and she was like a combination of answering evasively and then just flagrantly lying, and Kurlock was too drunk to pick up on it. Because Lucy like soundly drank him under the table and then used a thunder step to drag him up to his bedroom and trash the bar in the process.
Hold on. Hot take. Lucy dragged Kurlock to her bedroom?
To his
thunder
bedroom,
step.
she put him to bed. And then she went to her own room.
They fell asleep on the floor. Lucy thunderstepped his ass vertically into their room.
Nice.
And blew out a bunch of windows and destroyed the table. It was awesome.
Nice.
So at the start of the next session, we were introduced to the 3 new characters that are joining the campaign. A little while ago, I'm trying to remember how many sessions ago, probably like 4, possibly 5, Kurlock had a dream where he saw a vision of Morrigan fighting with her spear, and specifically indicated the feathers that were sort of like attached to the haft of the weapon, and sort of made it plain like these are more important than you know. And it turned out that Kurlock wasn't the only person who'd had this dream vision, because Vespasian, a pallid elf samurai, had also received that vision, was a follower of Morrigan, and in future trances, as he sort of was traveling, had received guidance telling him to seek out Kurlock.
Did Kurlock dream a dream when men were kind?
I can't see Kurlock in the Fontaine role. He's just not.
Okay.
He's not like, I will die of consumption and go softly into that good night. He's like, I genuinely don't think there's any player character anyway in the campaigns that fits like the Fontaine role of just like,
Hold on.
I'm soft and delicate and I'm going to die for my child.
Oh, let me think. There has to be one. Monday group? No. Yeah, Sparks maybe. He doesn't have a child. Does Sparks have a
Spark
child? Do you?
Sparks cares too
Theo?
much about her own life.
We got to make an Arden musical at some point. It's gonna be fabulous. Um,
Like I said, I want to write the rock opera about Scalene.
oh, Jesus.
Traveling with Vespasian were a pair of half elves, Marek, who's a Gloomstalker ranger, and Reyna, who is a arcane archer and warlock. And Marek was very much sort of like a guide as a ranger out on the road, especially with the drought going on in the region. Somebody who could like scrounge up food, what little there was available, either by hunting or foraging. And Reyna had sort of fallen in with the group because like she just enjoyed being around them. She's a very sort of bubbly, sociable person, and was just enjoying traveling with them. So they made it to Redinburgh, got some directions to the nearby inn, and as chance would have it, stumbled across the stout trickster and learned that Kolok, the person that they were looking for, was currently snoring loud as a bear upstairs. So eventually, Talus, Lucy, and Kolok came down. Lucy and Kolok both fairly hungover. And when it became clear that Vespasian wanted to speak to Kolok, the pair of them sort of had a quick conversation where it became clear that they were both interested in the spear of Morrigan and the feathers. And so while Reyna and Lucy like pretty much immediately hit it off, because they've sort of been dubbed the twins. Because they have very, very matching personalities. And Marek and Talus sort of like shared a bottle of wine together and were getting to know each other. Vespasian and Kolok went up, and Kolok just gave the quick rundown of like the current state of the political climate with Redinburgh and the hobgoblins, and what the party was sort of working on in terms of trying to find out where the spear had been taken and like who was really behind its theft in the first place.
So they were playing a game of who has the spear.
Yeah, it is genuinely a case of like who has the spear, and the problem isn't none of them know. And that as Talus would later say to Kolok, they are fully anticipating that they're about to be double crossed. So like they don't know where the spear is, and there is a concern that it's about to be at their throat.
Fair.
They received a visit from one of the military like snobs of the city by the name of Ondor Glowakin. And he sort of made it clear like they had heard the report that the hobgoblins were turning against Redinburgh, and so made the offer, name your price for the crushers to go out and deal with the hobgoblins. And Kolok sort of tried to wheedle for the idea of, I want to know what you know. I want your strategic information. I want access to your office. I don't care about gold. I care about like what is going on here and how can my mercenary band be of assistance to you. Vespasian did like a much better job of charming Ondor by like playing up to his noble snobbery and being like, "Oh, we must have tea," and sort of as Ondor left with the promise that he would send a runner to bring Kolok up to the fortress so that they could have the meeting in his office. Vespasian sort of gave Kolok the warning of like, if you try like being a bit more polite and diplomatic with these people, you might see more progress. And Kolok sort of snorted because he's like, well, I'm a Dragonborn, so they're always just going to see me as a threat. So, like, why even bother? Why bother with the pretense? So the two groups sort of met to discuss the possibility of working together for a common cause. Shared a bit more of the information that they have, and Marek in particular was very intrigued to learn that there was a mummy below the city. This was information that they had obtained from Zaphram, the sort of celestial spirit inhabiting the living warhammer that belongs to Nolly. They learned that there was an ancient forge under the old dwarven fortress that was now Reddenburg Fortress. Um, that forge had been used by Thormodin to craft the living weapon, and that was why it knew the place. That there was an old dwarven king buried down there who'd been corrupted by a demonic presence that had moved into the region, and so the reason for the drought was that the mummy's lair effect was like steadily spreading out and causing food to rot.
Oh, so you're talking about like a mummy with like the wraps, but not like a single parent down there. There's not like some like single parent who's caused.
I
Who's like,
mean, the story said it was a dwarven king, but I'm not sure if trans identities are like known in Oregon or not. We know that queer
I-
relationships definitely are, so I mean, maybe.
I just have this image of this like 20 something like single mom just trying to do her best down below.
That's so like 20-something single mom trying to do her best is like the energy that like pretty much every team has. We're all just like desperately day in day out trying to make things work, trying to make progress, trying to keep people safe.
Mhm. I think most parties have like a team mom as well. That kind of try to keep the party on track.
Oh, it's like oh, there's that stupid Tumblr post about Star Trek where it's talking about that like most humans in that show are like impossibly reckless, and that Vulcans must like be like, wow, these people are weird, and it's like you just need to teach the Vulcan about the mom friend.
Yeah.
Like every group of humans must have a mom friend, otherwise they do stupid shit.
Yeah.
So Marek went with Lucy and Reyna to like meet Nolly and have the chance to talk to Zaphram. It's also worth noting that during the first meeting with the Hammer had sort of recognized in Lucy that she was like of two minds, and so she opened up in like a telepathic conversation.
Sorry,
That
I can't take you seriously when you said like we had a meeting with the hammer.
yeah, it
That's
is. This was genuinely for the party as well, because this is like 3 new players, and this is like we're 2 hours into like this campaign, like our experience with it, and we are talking to a hammer.
it reminds me of like Thor Ragnarok, where like they were saying like, "Oh man, you got pulled off by a hammer." You and the hammer must have had a special relationship.
But yeah, so yeah, Lucy like opened up to the hammer and like told it, my real name's Nethy. I'm like a ghost haunting the body of the person who killed me.
Oh, hold on. Is the hammer called Hammy?
The hammer is called Zaphram.
No, please call it Hammy. Hammy the hammer. It's
'Cause,
like the perfect.
that was one of the things that Lucy learned by talking to the spirit, and how it sort of learned that it used to be a celestial, and then like its spirit was bound to the hammer in the forging process by Thormodin, and that Zaphram's like a little disappointed in that like they used to know glory in battle, and now they spend a lot of time in a lockbox in a pantry because Nolly doesn't
Okay.
really fight so much anymore.
Smacking a couple of nails every now and again.
And so, yeah, so Zaphram had sort of mentioned to Lucy, like, it's strange that you didn't move on to the afterlife when you were killed. Like, there must be some purpose for why you have remained here. Like, try to find out what that is, and, like, hey, maybe come see me again and talk to me about it. Because, like, I'd like to keep up with how you're doing.
Yeah. What happens if like Lucy's near a cleric who casts like what do you call it?
Like, turn
What is
undead.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, that is a question that has been raised and has not yet come up. So we do not know. It may mean that like Nethy is knocked out of Lucy's body and Lucy regains some control, which would presumably not be like super good.
And what's like Nethy's CR rating? Is there a chance like she get destroyed if it's like a super high level cleric?
I am assuming it would be based on character level, so probably she's fine by now because they're like
Okay.
high enough level that it wouldn't matter.
Interesting.
But yeah, so getting back to it, Marek sort of talked to the spirit inside the hammer and sort of like had been a little bit mercenary early on, like making it clear of like, hey, I'm sticking with Vespasian because he pays me, but like having heard about this powerful undead creature was much more like, no, this is like my purpose and my cause. Like I exist to kill undead, and so swore an oath on Thandra's name that he would see the forge in which Zaphram had been made cleansed of the evil that now inhabited it.
The feeling that Oradin has a lot of evil to deal with. Like,
It is genuinely that case of like the Empire like squashed down all the evil, and then like when it collapsed, like evil's just springing up everywhere.
yeah,
It's like they didn't really get rid of it; they just swept it all under the rug.
yeah. It's like that meme with the dog and the fire, right? It's like everything's fine.
Yeah, this is
Everything's fine here. Yeah.
But yeah, so the party reconvened. Marek shared that he'd learned that the demon down in the forge was named Zakamon, which interestingly is the same name of the demon that attacked the monastery. There was like a glyph in Abyssal drawn on one of the windows that was to Zakamon. So it looks like same sort of entity, same region, seems to all be part of the same sort of root cause. Talus sort of recognized yeah, Marek seems to have like a real like hate boner for the undead, so now would be a great time for me to introduce him to my 11 skeletons.
11 skeletons. That's amazing.
Yeah, he has enough bones to have a total of 15, but at the moment he can only have 11 at a time. I'm not sure if he just needs more time to cast the spell to reapply them, or if it's like a matter of spell slots. But yeah, eventually he's just going to have like an army to make Enon Volkmar blush.
And all going to be comedy skeletons, of course.
Oh, that is. I did make a clip of that moment in particular. If you are on the channel once we're finished with the stream, if you check, it is the clip by the title of Talus. Did you change the skeleton token?
Okay.
But yeah, so Marek didn't take well to the knowledge that Talus was a necromancer and had many skeleton minions, and Vespasian sort of like took charge to convince Marek of like, there's a bigger threat here, so like let's work with these people to fight the bigger evil, and you can kill these undead at a more opportune time. While they were having this discussion, Kolok had gone outside because the runner had arrived to bring him up to the fortress to meet with Ondar, and turned out it was actually an assassin sent to kill him. And turns out that if you're going to assassinate a barbarian, you better do it right. Because if they survive, they're just going to rage at you and start cutting you to pieces. So as they sort of heard this battle cry from Kolok, the party sort of like all ventured towards the front of the tavern and saw that there was this assassin and Ondar and several of his elite guards. And so that's sort of the fight, the cliffhanger that we've ended on until next Wednesday.
Da, da, da. Hey. Cliffhanger time.
Okay.
Where are
so
we at now?
Dance
The dance.
Macabre.
I love the dance. The dance is I've got a new soft spot for the dance.
Yeah, the dance, it's like I feel bad for them that they're in like arguably one of like the worst positions of any of the groups, and it's not through any fault of their own. Like they are immaculately good at coming up with plans, at executing those plans. They're just up against a really tough opponent who has a lot of power in the city that they're in.
Yeah. I mean, like Ravenreach is just how can I describe it? Like it's not a place for good people. It, it's not. It's not one of those places. If you're a good person, you want to grow up in, right?
Ravenreach is the Oridan equivalent of like Lovecraftian New England or like
Yeah,
Stephen King Maine.
like like Grover is dirty. Like it's politically dirty, but Ravenreach is dark. Like at least in Grover, like there's this understanding of like these are effectively humanoids doing humanoid things. Whereas Ravenreach, there's definitely an undercurrent of something more sinister.
Yeah, it's like Oridan's pre-industrial, but Ravenreach somehow has that era of like
Oh,
Victorian squalor and poverty, like a
I,
Charles
I have a
Dickens novel.
I have a bone to pick with you actually. We're gonna talk about what you think pre-industrial is. Oregon has factories, my friend.
Yeah, but they've like not gone through the industrial revolution in terms of the fact that like they don't have mass available steam power.
They have printing presses.
They have a
They
single
have
printing press.
yeah, but that
And like
kind of
printing press is like Renaissance era.
yeah, hold on. So we have a printing press. We have factories. We have large scale factories of people working in factories. It goes to show that we're on the industrialization path, my dude. Like, what the hell are the bloody the what do you call it? The halflings, the who own the all the bloody half of Twilight Hill.
The Tall
Uh,
Fellows.
yeah, they've effectively got like squatting factories producing shit in the middle of the city.
Yeah, but it's the distinction between like workshops and industrial factories. Workshops produced a lot of like material goods through physical labor of like hand to hand. Whereas industrialism was when they started having
Yeah,
machines
yeah,
that could do
but
that labor
agreed,
more effectively.
agreed. But like, what my argument though is, the printing press is an example of exactly that, right?
Yeah,
So if
and
the
the printing press, the singular printing press that exists in Oregon, is a closely guarded
okay,
secret and is
so
not
how?
yet being
Oh,
mass
hold on.
produced.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that they're like in the late stages of the Industrial Revolution. I'm arguing that they're at the start of the industrialized revolution. How do you think you produce cannons? You don't produce cannons through like individual like labor. That's
Yeah,
like
but
a
again,
Henry Ford. That's
early
a
use of gunpowder and artillery cannons is Renaissance era technology. It's not industrial.
we're gonna talk later. We're gonna have words.
Again, it's
I think
Schizotech. There
our
are artificers everywhere who are capable of doing things that other people just aren't. So, like, how do you measure the technical progression of an entire civilization?
well yeah. Dio made a good point. But what about the machines? What about the Warforged?
It's again that Warforged are technically like magic and artificery, and there's a part of it where it comes across as like it's like a vestige of the old era where magic was like more
Predominant.
raw and untamed and powerful, and that's why like there are like modern warforged that are being produced. Like Gemwin is an example of that. Gemwin is like a very new, recently produced warforged, but they're not on the scale that they were back when the Empire was producing them, when they had access to the Nexus, when they had access to the Forge under Red Ember Fortress, where they were using like a forge crafted by Thormodin himself. Like it is a divine power that
I, I,
allowed them to make these things.
I'm just saying we're not far off from like a Saruman moment where like the fires of industry are going to be spilling over the cities of Oregon.
It's Like, I guess it's that struggle as well, though, where like you don't necessarily want to map it onto like the technological progression that we had in our actual history, because it's like people want things like, I want to play a gunslinger, so it's like, okay, fine, gunpowder exists now. Somebody
Does.
has it, so you can play a gunslinger, because like player agency matters.
Yeah, but like backstory would matter. I could understand like um somebody being a weaponsmith producing cannons for Weston, ending up turning to be a gunslinger. Access to gunpowder, access to technology. I mean, I could see, but it would be very prescribed who could do it, right?
Well, it's again,
Submarines.
it's one of the things that's sort of baked into the notion of like the rise and fall of the empire as well, is that like there's been protracted like periods of regression and obscurantism of like technology that existed, discoveries that were made were like controlled and concealed and forgotten and lost, as like libraries were burned, as people like turned against the idea of like magic shouldn't be a thing that exists because there was a necromancer that almost destroyed the entire fucking empire, so like we can't let necromancy be a thing anymore, let's try to destroy it. And then you get like Theo coming along like, well, I'm gonna recreate necromancy from first principles, motherfucker.
Back to the dance, right?
Yeah, but on that point,
On that point.
so the party had like survived the attack on the manor by Elena Norlov. Maximilian specifically, because Riltar was able to cast Revivify on him.
That was a
And
close session.
yeah,
That was some nail biting stuff.
it was a really interesting intersection of the rules, and like it went back and forth in the chat for a while of whether like, does it work this way or not. It kind of sucks, we don't want Max to die. And then it was just like, oh wait, yeah, they were smart, they have diamonds and they have a cleric, so like problem solved.
Unlike every other party in Oregon.
Yeah, again, the dance have their shit together.
They do. They really do.
Like, if our party were up against the Duke, we would all have died so fucking long ago.
Yeah, true. 100% true.
But yeah, Max had been investigating, discovered a seller of lycanthropy potions in one of the sort of slums on the outskirts of the city, who went by the name of Lunaire. Had like made an acquaintance with him while in a disguise as like a preteen girl by the name of Tabitha Green, and the party had discussed attempting to abduct Lunaire so they could interrogate him about who his supplier was. And one of the things that they had also learned by scrying on him was that one, he might be an agent for the Duke, and two, he was a changeling. So the first thing that happened was that unfortunately Riltar had to leave.
Yeah.
He sort of made it clear that like Orad had guided him to Ravenreach for a purpose, and he believed that that purpose was to meet Archie and learn the vision that Archie had had that showed like the dots across the map of Oradin as the location of the 8 demon lords that are currently like just fucking shit up
Hanging
in
about.
their own various
Yeah.
ways.
Doing their thing.
Also, I will note, just because I think it is interesting, one of the dots is in the ocean. So, like, I think we're all like, is that the fucking dreamer?
I was gonna say that's
Trix,
that's
is
Trix's
that
boss.
the fucking dreamer?
Yeah, exactly. Although Trix was saying that like his boss wants him to fight a different boss, so who knows?
But yeah, so Russell sort of like packed up his belongings, said his goodbyes, gave like a final blessing to the party, casting aid on all of them before he left. And then the party went on their mission, which went off remarkably well because, like I said,
They know their shit.
they come up with a plan and then they stick to the plan. Unlike our method of half coming up with a plan and then fucking improvising on the fly anyway. So yeah, Max went in the appearance of Tabitha Green under the guise that they were there to buy a supply of the lycanthropy potions, managed to cast Charm Person on him and convince him that they were there to save him from agents that were out to get him.
A point of order, though. Like, the amount of costumes that Maximilian has, he needs to have some sort of, like, closet of holding just to keep all the costumes he has. That dude has more costumes than, like, shops in the whole of Ravenreach.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that like his wardrobe is significantly smaller than it used to be, and yet he still has so many costumes.
Like when he got that letter from Weston, he just happened to have a captain's hat. Because, everybody has a captain's hat just, like, sitting about their closet. David, do you have a captain's hat sitting in your closet?
I don't believe so, but I may have to
You have to think about it. You have to think about it. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
So having convinced him to hide in the asylum wagon that they brought, he gave them the key that led down into the basement, where Theo and Archie were able to destroy the supply of potions on the premises, and noticed that there was a door in the basement. That because of the neighborhood that Lunaire's house was in, it was possible that it had like a secret passage leading to Castle Cora. So Archie sent his familiar Mother under the door to essentially scout it out, with the promise that if she ran into any trouble, then Archie would just zip her back to her pocket dimension. Archie got separated from the group on the way back to Time is to Court because he decided to ride under the wagon like Sideshow Bob. And then they turned a corner at speed, and he is a wizard, so he didn't have good strength. So and as he was sort of like, as she was like dusting themselves down, looked at the ring of mind shielding and saw like a faint glow that hinted that somebody, most likely the Duke, was attempting to contact them telepathically. Probably via a sending spell, assuming that meant that their location was known, that they were being scryed upon. So Archie cast a sending back to Lady Bia to essentially say, like, my position has probably been compromised. I can't return to Time is to Court without, like, revealing the dance's secret headquarters. Please let the party know I love them. These may be my last moments.
Aww.
And because Lark and Theo were with Lady Bia when she received the sending, they basically went, hell no is it going to be. We're going to do a rescue mission because we are the fucking Dance Macabre, and if there is one thing we do right, it is fucking rescue missions. So Lady Bia told Archie, the Duke is still a vampire, so he needs to have an invitation to enter a home. So you should head back to Beacon Hill, even though like its position is compromised, because it will offer you like some defense, and we will try to find a way to get you out of there. And the method that they eventually settled on was to have the 52-year-old necromancer sprint through the streets in the pouring rain towards Beacon Hill to grab Archie and use a dimension door to teleport them both back to Time is to Court. And because the scrying sensor couldn't possibly follow them through the dimension door, they were confident that their location had not been rumbled.
But dimension door is only 500 meters, right?
Yeah, so it did take 2.
Ah. Yeah, but even that gives... it's interesting. Even that would give, like, the baddies a sense of, like, they must be near, right?
Well, again, it's that matter of they could, like, dimension door until they can't dimension door anymore, and then just run, or like have arranged to arrive at a carriage or like a safe house somewhere.
True.
Like if you don't have the actual scrying sensor that knows their specific location,
Yeah.
then you're kind of screwed for like tracking them beyond like here's where they were. We could try to spread out from here. And specifically, the agents that the Duke had sent were just wolves, just a fuck ton of wolves.
Yeah, fair point, Pat. It would be impossible. Imagine trying to find someone in 160 yard. Yeah, New York City. Fair enough.
Yeah, you got to think Raven reaches like gothic spires and like twisting, turning alleyways that go multiple different directions. Very like very European design of like where the fuck am I?
You know what it is? You know where Raven reaches? It's Barcelona. Think of like Las Ramblas and the church. What do you call it? What's the architecture called? Oh, Gaudi. Gaudi? Am I right? Am I wrong? Church, Barcelona, Cathedral. Am I just talking about us? The Sagrada Cathedral. You there, dude? David?
Yep, I'm still here.
Oh, sorry. I just thought I was talking to myself. Yeah. Where were we before we got sidetracked?
So yeah, with Archie safely returned, the party went to interrogate Lunaire. It had like an interrogation room set up specifically. I love the details of it being like an enclosed stone room with no windows, and that there was like a silver circle laid into the floor in case anybody needed to cast like a magic circle spell to contain like a fiend or a fae or some other like extraplanar being that was running amok in the city. So it made use of Max's command spells and Archie using detect thoughts to sort of probe and get the answers they needed. Learned that Lunaire had been working with Carl Turnland, who is the man that Max smothered to death a while ago. And so Max was sort of like, turns out he was a bad guy, so like I'm off the hook. I don't have to feel bad anymore.
Or was this like very going back to the start of the guy Max killed?
Yeah, it wasn't like the very start. This was like their second mission.
Yeah, the guy in the bed, right?
Yeah, yeah, where they
I remember that.
they have learned something about interrogations, and that's that like people need to breathe if they're going to give you answers, even if you're casting detect thoughts on them. But yeah, so amidst the array of thoughts running through Lunaire's head as Max gave like the command to confess, was that they had abandoned their child, and putting together sort of Lark's concern that because this was a changeling, a man of a certain age, there was a possibility that this might be her estranged father, who she like had never known, him having like abandoned her mother when she was still a baby. And so Archie sort of like figured it is possible and asked Max to use a minor illusion to like produce an image of Lark. And Lunaire definitely seemed to recognize her. And so at that point, Lark, like boiling over with disgust, just like turned on her heel and left. And Archie made like one final deep probing push with detect thoughts to try to like ferret out any vestiges of the vampiric charm that the Duke had been applying to Lunaire, to try to like purge it from his system, and in the process basically knocked him unconscious, and was like, okay, there's like a not insignificant chance I may have scrambled his brain.
crazy, right?
Archie went sort of chasing after Lark to like check on her and make sure that she was doing okay, while Max sort of took up responsibility for keeping the cell locked up and tight so that Linnea wouldn't get away. As they were passing by Lady Bea's office, they met.
Before we get to our new character, can I have a small interjection, please, David?
Yep, of course.
A couple of episodes ago, Maximilian received a letter from Lord Weston. And I'm just saying that Lord Weston owns the foundry now, and they're dealing with werewolves. So if they needed a supply of silvered weapons, you know where to go. Uncle Weston will hook you up.
I mean, to be fair, one of the reasons I love Lark is that she's like very refined, sophisticated noblewoman, but she's got this streak of violence in her. And so there was a scene of them having tea at like a patio table, and she was just like eyeing the silverware and being like, "Well, on the plus side, we have a decent array of good silver knives."
Silver, yeah, exactly.
But yeah, Lady Bea was sort of like engaged in an argument with a member of one of the other teams that had recently suffered a pretty significant loss, losing 3 of their members in the field to a werewolf attack. And this was John Anders, who is the new character played by Pat. He's a Protector Aasimar cleric of Thormodin, and with a single dip into Fighter.
Also, Pat's pointing out that he's a Smith, so he's John Smith. Shame on you, Pat. Shame on you, John Smith.
I'm sorry, I love that he's an Aasimar and he has like the most. Hi, I'm John. It's like,
Yeah.
I think Mark actually said it. It's like the least D&D name he'd ever heard.
Yeah, but we've had a couple of those names in the universe, right? We have John, we have Michael, we have...
Yeah, but he's Michael Shadowbrook. He's not like Michael Jones.
Do we know what John's second name is?
Anders. It's just like pretty generic, kind of vaguely Norse name.
Anders. Yeah, we learned a lot about John in the first few seconds, actually.
Like, it could genuinely only be more generic if he was like John Anderson.
Perfect. Perfect. Pat, you listening? John Anderson. You need to be the son of Anders as well. But we already in like the first. Yeah, I did that for the fun. We like in the first 5 minutes, we already had a good kind of vibe of what like Pat's character was going to be like. He definitely had a kind of Pat did a really good Bostonian accent, and it was definitely a kind of a whiskey priest, right? Kind of argumentative, likes a drink, likes pushing back.
I believe there's a colloquial term, masshole, for people of like that region of Massachusetts who have like a very just forthright, brusque, a slightly foul-mouthed way of speaking. And like, yeah, John is very that. And again, it's just, I love this character concept of like the mental disconnect of like, I am descended from celestial beings, and yet like he couldn't be more blue collar if he tried.
Like John is the Marky Mark of Oregon, basically. Pat, do you rap? Tell me you rap.
But again, it is something I mentioned in like my like good moments at the end of the stream was John's like dilemma in that argument he's having in the office, like really sort of hits home like how many losses the dance as an organization has been taking. That like the team we've been following are like solid, they're competent, they know what they're doing, but they're losing a war of attrition against the lycanthropes in Ravenreach. They are losing people faster than they can retrain and replace them. And that, like, John's team have just been, like, literally, like, cut down the middle in half. You have, like, 3 people dead, 3 survivors, one of them, like, too badly injured to continue and so has retired from the dance. And he's just voicing his anger at being told, like, I'm reassigning you to a different team because we just cannot maintain your unit as 2 people.
I don't want to go into like business, but like, you know, the Tuckman model, like Foreman, Storman, Norman, Performan. It's kind of like he's getting thrown out of a performing team. Well, not thrown. I mean,
See, I am, like, incredibly ignorant of, like, business jargon because in year 10 when they gave the option of, like, do you want to take business studies, I was like, I'm already taking math. I don't want to do more math.
yeah, but it's frustrating, right? Because John was in this like high performing team, and he's going to a team he doesn't know, and it's going to be like change, tough.
And again,
That's
it's mechanically the fact that, like, they've lost a cleric and they're gaining a cleric with the dip in fighter, but, like, Riltar and John, like, are pretty, like, diametrically opposed in the personality department.
Yeah.
With how much Riltar came in and was, like, the glue that, like, bound the group together through, like, his devotion to Orad and his dedication to, like, I can make you better people. And John is, like, dedicated to the cause, like, is really personally invested in it and, like, trying to be that glue that will bind people together, and is more like the rubber and is just repelling people with his efforts and his attempts, because they're just like, I think by the end of the episode everyone's like grokked his whole thing and like are like, I don't have to like you, but I can work with you. Like, I understand you now. I get, like, what you were going for, and I recognize your damage. But it's just, yeah, just such fun character dynamics. To again, I'm always a big fan of, like, a new character joining an established team, and who makes the choice of, like, I'm going to go against the grain and not make it, like, easy to fit in, so that, like, once
No.
you do have
Right.
like that sense of, like, now we're like a well-oiled machine, that was, like, earned through people,
Yeah,
like,
and
learning to work together.
and also from a viewer's point of view, it builds narrative tension, and that's what we enjoy watching. We enjoy the tension and the narrative moments of, you know, will this party work together? Can they work effectively as a team? Can they put aside their personal problems? It's all fun stuff.
So as a way to I guess team build is the way Leopold would describe it, but I'm not sure that's necessarily. So wait, Lark essentially told John, like, okay, you're going to be on our team now. Let's have tea. And, like, gathered the entire team together, including Angelica, because Theo insisted that she be present. And everyone just sort of, like, laid most of their cards out on the table. With John sort of explaining, not only had he recently suffered several losses on his team, he had lost one of his brothers to his younger brother, who had become a werewolf and then killed his other brother in front of him.
But not only that, it was that he voluntarily chose to be a werewolf.
Yep. I believe it's, I don't know if it's explicitly said, but this attack seemed to have happened in, like, his former parish, because there was a scene where he sort of flew Angelica up into the air to, like, point out and say, like, you know, that's where my former parish is, and it was just like a burned out husk of a building. And when Angelica, who can be a little bit morbid, asked, like, oh, did people die there? Are they still there? Because Angelica is on the let's raise the dead to replenish our forces train. And Theo is like, desperately running along behind that train, going like, "Get off the fucking train, Angelica!" But yeah, John sort of like made it plain of like the werewolves like took everybody they'd killed like and dragged them off, so they're probably not there. Also, please don't raise my parishioners as zombies.
Fair. Totally fair.
But yeah, so the group sort of discussed some of the things they'd learned from Lunaire, and when John made it apparent that he was capable of suppressing the effect of charms, including the vampiric charm that was on Lunaire, the group decided that they would attempt a second interrogation to see if they could obtain more information from Lunaire while he was in his right mind.
I thought that was very clever. I was watching that part, and I thought like using the calm emotion spell was pretty neat and a pretty cool way of finding that information out.
Well, and again, one of the things I loved about the way that that scene ended up working out is that because it's like an area of effect spell, he couldn't like just limit it onto Lunaire. So Lark was affected by it as well. And so like the thing that Lark sort of prides herself on is being like cool-headed, like rational and logical minded, and that she was sort of like testing the limits of that with like her emotions very much influencing the way she felt about Lunaire. But because the spell was cast upon her, she was able to just be herself during the interrogation, like her best self, where she is just direct, just asking the questions, just not letting her mood get in the way.
Emotions. Yeah. Agreed.
So the party learned that Lunaire was Lark's father, that he had been a warlock for Mab before her, and that he had fallen under the Duke's sway while on an assignment for Mab, where he delivered a book containing some dark knowledge that the Duke was seeking. And when the information therein did not meet his standards, did not answer the questions that he had, he destroyed the book, which, like, destroying a gift given to you by an archfey, that doesn't seem like a good move. And then, like, broke Lunaire's will, which I think is an interesting way that that Mark phrased it, because it, like, we don't know if the Duke was a vampire at that point and was like applying a vampiric charm, or simply had the magical means to dominate someone and became a vampire at some later point. So like, at what point did he become a vampire is still like kind of up in the air.
All questions that he'd answered.
So Lark revealed that it had been 21 years since her mother Letitia had last seen her father, and so she had moved on and remarried and was happy, and so like Lunaire could not return to his former life the way that he wanted, and he was very reluctant at the idea of returning to Mab because he was fairly convinced that he would not receive a warm welcome from the Queen of Air and Darkness.
No. If there's anything we know, Mab hold a grudge.
I mean, it's like, are they capable of holding grudges, or are they just like capricious in the moment?
No, that's what. No, that Fays hold grudge forever.
Yeah, but they
Like,
hold grudges over
yeah.
stupid things as well, which is what I love. Like, you didn't use a
100%.
coaster. I will murder you
Exactly.
to the 7th generation.
Yeah. 100%. That's why the Fae are amazing.
But yeah, so as the calm emotion spell sort of faded off, Lark's like feelings returned to her, and so once again she left the interrogation chamber and went to the practice room to like do some fencing to like sort of like burn off a lot of her anger. And Archie went and the pair of them had like a sparring match together, with Archie sort of making it clear that because they had recently had like a vision meeting with the Mistress of Eyes, Archie's Underdark mother. That it was possible that the location of the dance had been revealed to her, and so there was a possibility that the next time they encountered Elena Norlov, she might have one of Archie's siblings backing them up, and so the party had better prepare and practice fighting against Archie so that they would be ready for the tricks of what the Simic hybrids can pull.
I forgot altogether. Is Theo a drow?
No, Theo is human.
Oh.
I
Okay.
believe Archie was a drow before they were transformed, but I'm not 100% certain on that. But I believe that Archie is an original denizen of the Underdark and was an elf of some stripe, so drow would make sense.
Interesting. Interesting.
Meanwhile, John had sort of picked and probed at a couple of the things they'd learned from Lunaire and decided to cast Augury to ask if we return Lunaire to Mab, what will happen? And got the response of like, whoa.
Lots of woe. Heavy woe.
And not like the Keanu Reeves whoa, like the bad kind
Whoa.
of whoa.
Yeah.
And John had like knew of Mab by her reputation and had sort of reached the conclusion of she's too smart to be duped by somebody like the Duke, so she must have had something to gain by this bargain that she made to deliver the information to him, and that as far as John could determine, the thing that Mab stood to gain was Lark as a warlock instead of Lunaire.
It is a complete Fae thing to do, right? Take the sons and daughters of your past servants.
It's usually the firstborn though, which like I don't get because my older brother's just a dick. Like I'm much better. Why wouldn't you pick me?
Does that mean they should have sent you to the church?
Theoretically, yes. Which means I would have been like in the medieval era. I would have been one of those like those monks who write like deeply homoerotic religious poetry about Jesus and like his side pussy wound. Which is the thing, and it's hilarious that there's all this like medieval era art and poetry that talks about like the spear wound that was stabbed into Jesus' side while he was up on the cross, and it's very yonic.
No, I don't think you would be a monk though, David. I think you would be a fabulous cardinal, and I mean fabulous. The ermine, the gold, the chic, the hats.
I'd have been a fucking Cathar. Fuck the Pope.
Oh boy.
Okay, we return to the thing
Yeah,
we're
sorry.
actually here to talk about.
Sorry, Chad. We got off topic.
But
It's late, we haven't
John was like a little bit perturbed by this sort of revelation that he had, and so sort of went to try to patch things up with Archie a little bit. And one of the things that they had said about Archie during like the first meeting in Lady Bear's office was describing Archie as looking like something that came out of the Duke's closet, which like deeply hit a nerve with Archie because like they have a lot of not good history with the Duke.
Sorry.
And so
Small point. Pat just said to us, be more SNL and less BBC. I don't think me and David count as a BBC.
okay, literally the first thing that popped into my head when I was trying to think of an SNL
I
sketch
know,
was Sally O'Malley.
don't.
I'm 50!
Oh, I thought you meant something else. Okay. Let's move on. I don't want to go down.
But yeah, so Archie had also been a little bit irritated on Angelica's behalf because John had sort of expressed concern that they were allowing like a young, like teenager to be taking fencing lessons and studying necromancy and very much preparing to be a member of the dance. And a lot of that was very much like some degree of projection about like his own brother who was about the same age as Angelica. But to like the outside observer, it seemed like a little bit patronizing, a little bit sexist. And so Lark and Archie were both very adamantly on the side of like Angelica can make her own decisions. She can make her choices. How dare you? And so Archie was like a little bit hesitant when John approached him, but John sort of asked, you have like the ability to meddle with people's minds. Can you remove some memories from me? Because I have had a revelation, and the implications of that are not something we are prepared to deal with right now.
Deal with.
So if I can get this out of my head until like a later date, that would be useful. And Archie kind of responded with, I don't normally meddle with minds. This was like a one-time thing specifically for the dance. Also, I don't know how. I would need to like take time to study that spell and learn it. So again, it's like stumbling their way towards a working relationship, but it's not yet really a friendship. So it's going to be interesting to see like how that relationship plays out, like if they're going to get to that point of like closeness by working alongside each other, defending each other in combat, or whether there's always going to be that sort of underlying disconnect and them talking like across one another instead of being on the same page.
And we've had that before, right? I mean, Michael Genevieve was similar in one party, and I'm sure there are similar to party dynamics when a new character comes into the party. It's always tricky, right? It's always interesting, especially if you have like certain types of characters in any team. Even forget about D&D. It's co-worker relationship. Yeah, that's right, Theo.
Meanwhile, Theo had been giving Angelica like the 102 lecture on necromancy ethics. Very much trying to hit a lot of the same points that he'd raised before, and she seemed somewhat disappointed that this older version of Theo wasn't quite so gung-ho about the whole let's raise the dead thing as he'd been when he was writing the journal that she'd found, that he'd written in his youth.
He's mellowed, right? It happens to us all.
Yeah, the way he sort of described it was more, I have learned from experience the consequences of dabbling. And so, like, again, stressed to Angelica, like, you are not yet ready to raise anything. Please just take my lessons. And to, like, sort of soften the blow of that, gave her a list of spell components to go and purchase at the Emberglow Apothecary. With the promise that when she returned, he would teach her how to perform a spell using them. And then we sort of ended the session with Lark receiving a visit from Mab. And Lark made use of some very careful wording to sort of obfuscate a little bit of the truth, managing to pull off a rather clutch deception check against her patron. Lark did mention that her father had come back into her life, and Mab sort of voiced a desire to see Lunaire again, to meet with an old friend. But Lark sort of reasoned that because the Duke did not yet know that the charm on Lunaire had been broken, he may be of use to the dance, and so Mab was willing to sort of delay receiving him until the point when he was no longer of use to them.
Which makes sense, right? Because the Fae are patient. They're willing to wait years and centuries to get what they want.
And again, the thing I particularly love is that Mab sort of asked Lark, do you care for your father? And Lark answered quite honestly of like, I genuinely don't know. And Mab was just like, ooh, what a delicious answer. And Dio and I in the chat were like, it's official, Dance are the soap opera team. And they are Mab's soap opera specifically.
And I mentioned this in chat the other day. What I want for a week is you and Dio to follow me around for a week and just provide social commentary. I think it'll be fantastic.
See, I didn't actually end up posting it, but I just wanted to post a picture of Statler and Waldorf. And
Yeah,
like the
yeah,
question, are you
exactly.
sure?
I get that reference. Many wouldn't. Uh, uh,
Okay, so moving on to the last game, and then we can wrap this up.
eesh, eesh.
And that is the game that you play in, The Road to
Yeah, we
Nowhere.
do. Is Axel there, or is Chris like done off?
I'm not 100% sure.
We can start.
So yeah, the last thing that we covered on the stream was the sort of the untimely demise of Chris's previous character, Cricket, when she, in a very cat-like fashion, attracted the attention of a bunch of spirits and then like deliberately antagonized them by trying to break the crystal that they were sort of protecting.
So a little bit of background. So I don't want to go too much detail, but like Ekma Denisi and Gemwin were having this kind of like academic discussion about, oh, it would be possible to like just take the crystal and it wouldn't have anything. And literally while they're having this conversation, Cricket sneaked in and like got everybody's attention at the same time. It was a lot, and unfortunately passed away because of it. It was tough. Only 3 sessions in, it was tough.
Yep. So Gemwin sort of turned to Egmadenisi as like an authority on the idea of like what are Tabaxi burial customs? How do we inter Cricket in the way that she would want, in the way that her family would want. How do I process what I'm feeling? And Egmadenisi was sort of very gentle and encouraged Gemwin to think of some words that they would want to share during the ceremony, and that Tabaxi tended to be cremated. Calith at this point as well, sort of like trying to grapple with and process his feelings of having failed yet again to protect someone, sort of sat in meditation and received like a vision of one of his ancestral protectors that sort of gave him some encouraging words about like learning to strengthen his will as well as his body to like protect against these like assaults on his mind that he'd been experiencing recently, and that he should stick close to Ekmadenisi because he was like a good friend to him, and also that the spirit sort of sensed a darkness about the druid, and that Caliph may like need to be there for his old friend in a time of need.
Rather ominous, right?
Hey, I'm not angry because you finally fucking told us what his backstory is.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
But that is specifically the first little breadcrumb on that trail was planted when Egmadenisi took time away to himself in the forest and used Druidcraft to sort of shape some vines into an image of a Loxodon parent and child, and just sort of spent a moment just crying quietly to himself as he sort of declared that, "My son, I promise I will come for you."
Touching, man. I thought it was like he's got a deep soul. He loves his family. Just a small point before we move on. When you were talking about Gemwin and Ekmadenisi, Gemwin and Ekmadenisi have this kind of strange relationship. So, like you can see, Gemwin is this archetype of intelligence, and Ekmadenisi this archetype of wisdom, and how they play off each other. Um, uh, we were talking about this in game that kind of like Gemwin sees Ekmadenisi as having something that they cannot achieve. Interesting.
real sorry.
Hey, Chris.
Fell asleep.
That's okay. We're still here.
It has
You
been.
have no idea how
I'm
much I
serious.
envy you right now.
It has, dude. It has been a week of going to bed at around 1 o'clock in the and waking up at 5 to go to the gym, and it's been.
It's-
I'm on week 2 of that.
Well, we just got to covering the road to nowhere, so we're just sort of discussing sort of the party giving their sort of final send off to Cricket. So, is there anything you'd want to say about like Cricket as a character? Like, your time
Yes.
playing her, as short as it was.
Yeah, okay, so
I typically don't play super snarky characters, mostly because they are played out and they don't really like as a function like as Cricket was probably, I guess what I'm trying to say is that despite her snark, Cricket was probably she was both one of my favorite characters to act out as well as like just conceptually think about how I played her. Excuse me.
think about how I played her.
Because it wasn't really. Because I don't have a whole lot in common with Cricket as a player.
Cricket is based off of my cat.
Who is also named Cricket. And who is a bratty little gargoyle faced little shit.
And so, I mean,
I'm glad everybody enjoyed watching her on screen. She was a delight to play. And I honestly, hats off to Mark, who let me converse with the god of death before sending her to the afterlife. That was about the best closure I could have asked for the character. Sorry, Steven, you were going to say something?
Oh, it was for agreeing with you. Like, the send off was great, man. It seemed really fitting for Cricket's ending.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just genuinely trying to think now whether Cricket was the first like character death that happened with like the character dying and the player just sticking around and rolling up a new character that happened like on the stream. Because we know that happened to Nobody, but that was before the first episode of The Road to Nowhere that was streamed. And like most other character leavings that I'm thinking of, it's either the player had to leave and so the character had to be sort of like shuffled off somewhere, or the character survived and the player simply switched to a different character because like personality conflicts in the group.
So
Are you
it's
just
kind of
going through all my
interesting.
history?
You have
it's kind of
played
interesting.
a lot of characters.
We actually talked about it, and I was asked if I wanted to play Cricket because we just hit level We just hit level 9, which means that our cleric can now bring people back from the dead.
I could have reincarnated you with some gold, basically.
Yeah, but I'll be honest, I don't think I've had as much fun coming up with a character concept as thoroughly as I have with Joffrey. I love playing Cricket. I loved playing Sentry. I have so much fun playing Grask, but Joffrey as a character speaks to me on a way that none of those characters could. they just can't.
I just one of the things I love about Joffrey is that we're rolling up a character that's already of a substantial level, and yet wrote into his backstory that like everything he can do is kind of new to him.
Mm-hmm.
That he's
Mm-hmm.
been
Okay.
gifted power and is now just like, oh, I can heal people.
So here's the simplest way to explain Joffrey's sort of situation. Imagine being so thoroughly in love with somebody and so devoted to them that it gives you superpowers. And that's kind of what's happened. He's we talked about like the queer relationships in Oregon, and Joffrey is very gay, and it's really funny in my head, because I'm currently in one of those kinds of relationships, and I love it, and he's my gay little himbo. It's hilarious to me.
I will say, like, I was like 200% on board from pretty much moment one when it's like, here is this awesome happily married gay couple, and it's like, I have magic power and you're going out into the world and it's going to be dangerous, so here, take some of my magical power. But Joffrey's personality is also just so endearing, where he's like got this really tough task to like be figuring out what's going on with this spreading darkness, maybe having to end up fighting the reincarnation of Enon Volkmar, and is just genuinely sitting around just spilling tea with people. Just, who likes who? Corin, I saw you were looking at the Drow Command. You into that or what?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, him being it's really funny because one of the things, because I was thinking, okay, he's married to an archfey. What is his archfey's domain gonna be?
They fuck a lot.
Because they've all got a job. Although all the Fae have a job during, like, they're responsible for some aspect of nature, right? And I thought, oh my god, he's the archfey of Shade. He is literally the king of Shade. Yeah. His husband, Laneth, is responsible for making sure that the leaves still block the sun after they've changed color in autumn. And so his husband is this shade-throwing, passive-aggressive, salty bitch. And it is super funny that he's married to this chipper, like, endearing but still a little bit of a gossip sort of character. And Joffrey's just so much fun in my head. Everything about him, from the way that he looks and how much fun I had describing him to how much fun I have playing him, Joffrey is probably my favorite character I've ever played. And like, I love all of my characters. I genuinely do. But there is everybody that's ever played with me can attest to how excited I get just to play D&D. But Joffrey is a special case for me. He hits me on an emotional level, like, in my very soul, that none of the characters I have ever played before fit.
Can I just also give a quick shout out to Stephen for contriving like the most hilarious way for Joffrey to sort of stumble his way into the party and that's to meet Ekman Dennessy as the only person awake because everybody else is tripping balls on ayahuasca.
That was great. That was great.
Yeah, that
Man.
that was the thing. We went on a spirit journey.
Hi, Mark.
And we Ekman Dennessy guided the. My favorite part of that ayahuasca trip was Kerr, though, like getting all zealous and fucked up.
Oh my
Hey,
god,
Mark.
it was great.
Yeah, that was great.
I love Kerr's entire dynamic where there's so much of it where you're not sure, like, are you just fucking with us?
Oh
That's
yeah,
his character concept. Are you fucking with us?
yeah. Oh yeah, it's hilarious. Well, like the running joke about his Snapdragon wanting to have like floral, like not copulation with Joffrey's weapon. That's hilarious to me. That it's turned into this running joke. Kerr is an absolute treat to behold, and I love that he's in the Saturday group because that means I get to play with him.
Not only is Kerr like a thing to behold, Justin's an evil fucking genius. Like, I won't go into detail about like Felix's evil plans previously, but like Justin's always the one you gotta look out for.
Much as
Yes,
Oh
I think-
shit! Hey, Justin.
Yeah. Hey, Justin. Yeah.
much as I love Kerr's plans when they go well, the fact that Kerr
Oh my God,
used
that
invoke duplicity and
Holy
then his
shit,
spirit
he-
guardians, and it did nothing because he's evil. And it was just like,
Oh my god.
oh,
That was so fucking great. That was so great. That colossal
Fuck up. Would have like just completely wiped the encounter. Oh fuck, that was hilarious.
Or Justin. That was it was a moment.
But another Kerr moment I want to point out, and it's just for how funny it was for that, like waking up in the morning after the ayahuasca drug trip, and that it basically turned into Caliph's harem.
Oh,
With everyone just
yeah.
openly lusting after this shirtless barbarian.
You're married, Joffrey. You're a married man.
It was something I don't like. What do you call it? That book. Sorry, I can't think now. Too late. That movie where they drive around America taking drugs. Doesn't matter.
There's a bunch of those. You're gonna have to be more specific.
Yeah, the guy who did Fight Club.
Oh, what? Edward Norton or Brad Pitt?
Doesn't matter. Anyway, moving on.
I
Yeah,
have Fear
like
and Loathing
basically,
in Las Vegas in my head, and I'm not
That's-
sure if that's right.
that's the one. That's the book I was thinking about, but it's late.
Oh my god.
No,
But yeah,
Cat-
like the
what I,
go on.
Something I think is hilarious about is like something that particular strikes a particular chord with me with the Saturday group is that Caliph is the only returning character from season 1.
True.
Right? As a result, there is all of this weight behind his role play that stays consistent from session to session and season to season. And we just meme it the fuck up around him. And it still somehow carries this. And that blows my fucking mind. We, like, Justin and I basically spent the first 15 minutes of last session gabbing about how sexy Caliph is.
He's
And
a
it's
barbarian
really
that doesn't wear any
funny.
clothes. So like
It
he's
doesn't
ripped.
matter.
He's ripped.
I mean, honestly, that doesn't matter.
I'm just saying
it's-
he's a hot barbarian. I'm sure
He
it
is a
plays into it.
Yeah. And then realizing that we were leaving Corin out
than like being like, hey, like, okay, so one of the things I like to do is I like to stir shit up. It's fun, okay? It's funny. It's part of what makes me an IRL sassy bitch. And Joffrey walking up, and oh, by the way, Bowie, Joffrey speaks muscle too, but not because he's got a 16 strength. Joffrey walking up and like insisting that Corin try to hit on this Drow commander was partially his and my inner troll just coming out to play.
No, but
And
the best thing though was the whole Corin the 35-year-old virgin meme.
Oh yeah, oh my god. He's like, I didn't know I was gonna have to think of the sexual history of my character. Give me a second, you guys.
Yeah, that is exactly it. He's the 35-year-old. I know, like Corin's kind of sweet and innocent in a way.
I know, he's a good dude. So much fun.
Yeah, it just like the Corin's essential goal was I want to leave the city and go on an adventure. And it's just, you gotta think, like, how much is he kicking himself when he's getting dragged into these ridiculous situations?
Giant fucking purple worm. Hello, world. Where did we leave off, Dave?
So yeah, after Joffrey sort of met everyone and explained, like, I'm, investigating this tomb thingy. I think it might be the cause of the darkness that's spreading in the Feywild. The party sort of went down and found another one of those like red crystal skulls on like the opposite side of the lake. And Gemwin and Ekmedennesi sort of teamed up to take a look at it and sort of piece together, like, yeah, looks like it's definitely some kind of necromancy. We can't really tell much more unless Gemwin's going to cast Identify on it, and that involves touching it, which seems bad. So like Ekmedennesi sort of like cast Guidance to try to like protect Gemwin as best as he could. And Gemwin managed to like maintain concentration as they reached out and touched the crystal and had like a burst of necrotic energy pass through them. And
oh my gosh!
That the skulls are like wards containing energy that's like keeping something trapped down here.
Can we talk about Gemwin for a second? Oh, I fucking love the way Marcus plays that character. Holy shit! Like,
It's amazing. Yeah.
It's really hard, just because of the way that they wrote the. Mark, I guess what I'm trying. Trying to think of the right way to put it. Marcus has managed to somehow give a character with no actual emotions, like almost tangible emotional weight. Just with the way he describes how his character behaves. I mean, he started off as this standoffish character, and you know what? I am totally 100% friggin' fine with Cricket just being like a catalyst factor in his backstory. That is A-okay by me.
But you know what's cool
what
as
I
well
mean?
about Gemwin? It's like he's learning all the time, right? And
Absolutely.
you can see his growth, and you can see his progression, and you can see like the way he's ticking, and the way he's going. It's really interesting.
Mm-hmm. And with every interaction, his character, you can tell that the Gemwin character is adjusting and developing. He's got like his set morals, and you can tell he's learned like some he's gotten his moral compass from his parents. But
every session the character grows and adapts, and it's fucking incredible. And I cannot wait to see what he does next. I mean, even with the way that he summoned his cat.
Oh, the cat was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. Really, really good.
And to be honest, I was honored to be a part of the naming process, both as a player and as a character. I thought it was great.
Again, it was just as well though that find familiar, so you can pick like Fae, Celestial, or Fiend, and it was like, well, Gemwin's been around Joffrey for this little bit, and that influence has maybe affected that decision, and so it's been like a Fae spirit that's answered the call of the spell. So Gemwin is again like Cricket being like the first real friend that Gemwin ever made outside of Drakengard Keep, but that there's this sort of this tangible, almost childlike innocence in just accepting people at face value and getting to know them and taking them on their own terms.
He even managed to do it with the Drow, which, considering it's considerably easier to do that with PCs. Much harder to do that with NPCs, and Marcus has done it fucking masterfully. And I am so excited for tomorrow. It blows my mind.
Well, since we have brought up the Drow Commander a couple of times now, it's probably worth mentioning sort of how the party stumbled across them, which was essentially a massive case of miscommunication where the Drow spoke Elvish and no Common, and the party spoke absolutely no Elvish whatsoever. And so despite both parties essentially sort of saying like, drop your weapons and we won't attack you, because nobody could actually meaningfully communicate, a fight just happened anyway.
Yeah, it was the fight wasn't the most interesting part of that encounter, right? What was interesting about that encounter was what happened after the fight. Like the role play. So it's like typical Saturday Crew, kind of like the role play, kind of like outdoing the actual combat.
It bookends the combat. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, 100%.
Like role play, combat, role play until 4 hours have passed.
Yeah.
I mean, so, holy crap! Mark left for an hour, and we just role played right on through it.
But that hour was amazing, though. Actually,
that was fantastic. I'm not complaining. I'm not saying I want Mark to leave for an hour.
No, not at all. But I'm just saying, like.
But I'm also not complaining.
Because, like on a personal level, that was when I was able to give David what he wanted, and tease you or give you a little bit of information about Ekmedenesy's backstory and how his son died.
Yeah, and you had to go and make it too real because you started bringing up like global warming and the ice caps melting.
Yeah, that's true. That's what has happened. The snow was melting in the wastes, and the hunters came. And
this is more of a Twitch stream sort of relevant thing, but I had a lot of fun stuffing the fuck out of that ballot box. When Mark was like, "Hey, everybody, who wants to be able to see the RP channels?" And then I was like, "Ooh, I do."
I love that you stuffed the ballot box and literally nobody voted no.
Yeah, I know. That is what we call a landslide. And also bits being spent.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, we had like 5 distinct moments of RP. Like we had Gemwin talking to Ekmedenesy. We had this kind of triangle, which is weird. We had Gemwin talking to Ekmedenesy, Ekmedenesy talking to Joffrey, and then Ekmedenesi talking to Caliph, and in each part we learned something a little bit new. That's where we had the first kind of inkling that maybe there's going to be some spiciness between Joffrey and Ekme, because they're similar. Like they both have this nature thing going on, but they both have completely different views. Like Ekme's the kind of formal, cold, dispassionate almost to a point, whereas Godfrey's more lighthearted. What do you think, Ike?
Yeah. I mean, Joffrey is a dude that's way in over his head, but he knows what feels right to him. And I was looking through the Oath of the Ancients tenets, and it's like I was like, wow, holy crap, I am basically a Sailor Moon character.
Not Sailor Mars though.
No. But I mean, he's basically an anime magical. But that aside, it's very much about the love, mercy, and compassion. And those I feel are directly opposed to how Ekmedenesi views his duty.
Come on. If you ask me, Ekmedenesi is doing everything out of love. Everything
Right,
that he's
but not-
everything he's doing is because of love.
Just insert that Brooklyn Nine-Nine clip. Cool motive, still murder.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's more of like love for who, though.
His son, his family.
Right. But you're still we're at the risk of getting into another. Right. So a love for his family, his clan, his circle, right?
His family, yeah, sure.
Right. Joffrey's love, it stems more from a love of others and existence and understanding. So it's like
I'm not saying Ekmedenesi the character is 100% right. Of course not.
no,
I'm
that's not the case. I'm trying to.
But you're right. You know, you're 100% right. Like they both are like coin, like heads and tails of a coin, right? Like
Mhm.
one is very much about the specific, and the other is very much about the general.
Yeah.
I know
Now-
you're an observer, David. What do you think?
I don't know. I think it's genuinely kind of an interesting case where, like, for as much as Ekmedenesi is, like, to some degree cool, reserved, compassionate, like, Joffrey's essential underlying point was necromancy is kind of inherently opposed to the natural order, and you are supposed to be an embodiment of nature. And it's like, but what could be more natural than a parent's love for their child? So it's like, again, it's a fascinating situation to RP because you can see all sides of the argument, and like it's not an easy divide to go like, who's right, who's wrong, whose side are you on? And it's just
But everybody has to take a side, right? And that's what we're going to see next session.
well, that's again what I found fascinating about the way that the conversation with Vonala, the Drow commander, sort of shook out was that Ekmedenesi sort of very much took charge, established like, okay, we are taking you prisoner, and we're going to take a rest, and we will guard you, and we will watch you, and when you are ready and you have finished your trance, we're going to explore the tombs, and that is the deal that we have made. And then, like, the party had time to have these discussions and to raise some of these points. And so when, like, the drow came out of their trance, it wasn't like this neat, easy decision where the party were all on the side of, right, we're going to the tomb, or right, we're going to go parley with the drow. Everybody was arguing different sides of things, and she was just getting frustrated, where she's like, what the fuck do you want? Tell me. Don't tell me to send them away, bring them back, spin around in circles. Where the fuck are we? And she sort of like laid it out bare to Egmont this point of like, I intend to take my men and leave. Will you kill me if I do that? And that Joffrey was the one to step in and immediately sort of go, no, of course not. Which she then took as permission to leave. Which pissed Egmont off, and he was on the ground like, but you made a promise. And so then that became like the subject that everybody was arguing over of like, does her promise hold her to account when she didn't make that of her own free will? It was very much like given under duress. And like it was almost like this even split down the middle, in like three separate ways of like Angry Dynasty and Caliph both being very much on the side of like, your word is your bond. To be an oathbreaker is one of the worst things that you could be. Like, you made this promise, you have to keep it. And Gemwin and Corin were more on the pragmatic side of things of like, let's not make enemies of these people if we can help it. Maybe we should just go and try to parley with them. And that Kerr had basically fucked off, as Kerr is wont to do when shit gets like, Kerr has that kobold instinct of like, this is gonna go south, I'd better not be here.
Yeah,
and that Joffrey's
his
first
scurry
instinct was again, like, this situation's not easily going to be resolved, but there is my friend who has gone off, and so my first instinct is to go and check on them. Again, very much like that sort of oath of the ancients, like almost like the power of friendship as being sort of very defining, very anime.
So speaking of anime, and this is a pretty interesting thing. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the show called Bacano, because I was trying to think of how could you hardline a stance like showing mercy to others. And there's a show called Bacano, and in it, one of the characters is convinced that he's the strongest. And he is. Nobody manages to beat him throughout the entire show. But he says mercy is a virtue that only the strong can possess. And I think about that a lot, mostly because it was hardcore when he said it, because they were on top of a train and some dude was shooting at him and missing. But I haven't said any of the specifics, but mercy being a virtue that only the truly strong can possess is actually part of the chivalry code from back in the medieval era. If you were strong enough to let your opponent live, then it meant that they were no longer a threat to you. And the idea was that if you bested somebody and took their life, then you actually feared them. That's why you killed them.
I don't know if anybody's kind of caught it, but Ekma Denisi basically made a speech in the RP channel. Check it out if you haven't already.
Yeah, and I have to get going.
Okay.
It's been an absolute blast hanging out with you guys. I am real sorry I took a hour-long power nap.
That is okay. Thank you for being
Take
here.
it easy, man.
It's
See you in
always
a
good
few
to have
hours.
guests on.
Yeah, I'm just glad I wasn't in my chair, because y'all would have snoring, and then I'd have kicked out of the channel, and that's not a good look for anybody. So anyway, I'll talk to y'all later.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Bye.
Ekma Denisi basically gave a speech in the RP channel. Check it out if you already haven't. Where he's basically instructed all the plants and animals that the Drow are Oathbreakers. We'll see where that leads. And he let his bees go. To spread the word.
I was just going to Chris brought up Bakano, and like I watched it a while ago, and one of the only things that sticks in my head are the characters Isak and Miria, who are like two of the icons if you want to play like an utterly chaotic D&D character, because the shit they do makes no sense and they're just having fun doing it. My favorite example is they steal the front door to a museum on the assumption that because the door isn't there, people won't be able to get in. So rather than stealing anything from inside the museum, they've stolen everything in one fell swoop.
You can only see the top of my head, David.
Sorry, I had to try to readjust it. I'll have to move it down. But yeah, if anybody in the chat has any questions, I'll try to just do a quick Q&A and then wrap things up.
Yeah, Mark's some clarification. They were the attackers and basically said, if you want your men to live now, you attack and kill your people. Thank you, Extremely Caffeine. They are pretty cool characters. Any questions from the chat? Oh, I'm back. If we make a poll to do fanfics of who would you want to pair? Who would I want to be in the fanfic? I think Snaps and the Sword probably the best fanfic ever. What is Mirth's true thoughts on the River Troll training in martial arts?
Okay, but can we be real for a second? Everybody knows that the one true pairing in Oridon is DM the Mark Knight / Suffering.
Fair. Emmy, if you like writing fanfics, we have lots of fanfics for you. Oh my god! Did you want to go through the extra stuff, the Q&A stuff, David?
Yeah, it was more if we had time. I was going to try to get to that, and that's just a couple of things that have become more prevalent recently. The first one is just giving a quick rundown on Enan Volkmar, because he's been relevant to sort of a bit of Angus's backstory. He's obviously a big thing in the Saturday campaign. I think he is sort of outlined in the primer, so if you have read through that, you will already be aware. But just for anybody who doesn't know, Enan Volkmar was a necromancer who was active in Oridon a little over 400 years ago, based on the current date, in the year 1414 AOM. He amassed an army of the undead, the likes of which Oridon had never seen, that almost shattered the Empire. That he did so with his spellbook, which was known as the Codex Mortem, and that he was finally defeated by a combination of Merwin himself and the Raven Legion of the Reach. And I believe that the commander of the Legion died, but I might need to double check that. And that it is rumored that the Codex Mortem, the spell book with all of the powerful, dangerous necromancy spells, was locked away in Mythfont, which is the sort of hidden away vault where Merwin puts all the dangerous shit. And the other was the notion of the Swords of the Legion. So these were made sort of around about the beginning of the Empire, sort of during the reign of Eric the Adamant, the first Empire, the first Emperor of the Valkyrian Empire. They were forged by Merwin and the Dwarves, 7 blades for 7 knights that led the 7 legions, each one sort of responsible for defending one of the main cities in Oridon. That the only legion that exists into the current day are the Phoenix Legion, who are sort of the protagonists of the Monday game, Company of Fools, and that the Phoenix blade of the Legion is currently wielded by Gaz. It's sort of his symbol as commander of the Legion. There are several other blades that have turned up. So, for example, Alorian, who is the sort of headmaster of the Knights of the Golden Dragon that the Tuesday squad have pledged allegiance to, the Tuesday morning squad. He knighted them with the Griffin blade. I believe that the Dance Macabre discovered the Raven blade in one of their early adventures in a catacomb. In the coffin of a former duke of the city. I believe that Lark is currently in possession of that blade. That Century uncovered the hawk blade. Yeah, from a general that he had served with back when he was first active as a Warforged. When he dug up the coffin and sort of touched the sword, he had the flash of memory that told him he needed to find the gnome artificer who had been part of his company and sort of tended to the Warforged, whose name was Nikolki Cutter. I believe that Priestess Orica has one of the blades. I think the Pegasus blade, but I might be wrong on that. And Mark has said that all but one of the blades are accounted for. I don't know where the other one is, the one that's been named. Like, I am mortal. I only know so much about this universe.
Small bit of fanfic, nothing to do with the blades. Eric the Adamant was blessed, and my ex-character Michael had a little necklace called Blessed by Eric. If you want to know more about Eric's blessing, ask Dio. Are you face palming it?
Just a little bit. I'm just very tired. Okay, do we have any other questions out there in the chat?
Orica has the Eagle's blade. Felix found out where one of Merwin's studies is located. I would like the Legion to contact either the Tuesday game or the Golden Dragon Knights to have eyes and ears outside of Grover. Personally, I want Maximilian to come to Grover. I want the...
Okay, if the Monday game want to establish contact with the Knights of the Golden Dragon, you need to get your fucking boots on and get through some fucking time in your campaign, because fucking weeks ago, Mirth sent a message to Silva, and you haven't gotten to it yet.
There. Oh, this has been emotional, David. Oh, it's been emotional, my friend.
Thank you for coming on, Stephen. Once again, it's been great to have you and Noah
Pleasure
and
being
Chris
here.
on to cover the campaigns. Like I said, hopefully I will start getting in the habit of doing these once a week so they won't drag on nearly so long, and we'll have a bit more time for the audience to give sort of questions about your character and the events of the past sort of week's worth of games. I'm just trying to get more into the swing of taking the notes regularly and getting them down so that I'll be prepped and ready each week. I have had a couple of people volunteer to assist with taking some notes. If there's anybody else out there who wishes to provide notes, even if it's just for the game that they play in, because the more notes I have to work from, the easier it will be to compile a sort of document to read and work from during these Nights After Dark streams.
David, as always, you were fabulous. Thank you very much. Get some sleep.
I will. I have a game in like 5 hours.
Okay.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone. Take it easy.